Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. How's everybody doing? It is Friday night, and we are back in Worm Online. It's been a while, but yeah, we're back. And Grez, welcome on in. Memers, Cedars, you're here. How's it all going? Hope everybody's having a good Friday evening. Um, right, I thought I'd, get back a little bit into Worm Online. I've been sort of poking in here and there over the past little bit. Um, it looks to me like winter just finished because there's these snow piles on my deed, which, by the way, is extremely new. For those of you who have never played Worm Online before or don't know much about it, a new update happened, and now my deed is littered with all this stuff. And you're here, and it's been long since I've streamed Worm. I know it has been a long time since I played Worm. Yeah, I know how it works. Exactly, like with the snow piles, they appear even if winter's no longer there. Wait, hold on. Do you mean that they appear even in the dead of summer? That would be weird. I know that yesterday was winter, or the day before was winter, or something. Winter was recent, so I just assumed that the snow was just hanging around. But yeah, we'll have to figure out how the whole system works now. But yeah, I was trying to figure out what to do today. There's a bunch of stuff I do need to do, and there's a couple things I want to do. And there's no way we're going to get all of it done. But one of the things that I've been working on recently, as you can see with these forges, is I've been working on my masonry skill. And so that's one thing that we could be working on, is just imping up some forges. But another thing I've been meaning to get back into a lot recently is archaeology. Hey, you can hear now. Okay, good. At least that wasn't me on that. The problem. Yeah, it's good. So welcome on in, Cedars. Glad to see you here. And you can no longer forge or botanize. Wait, don't listen to pause there. I know that you can no longer forge or botanize on other tiles like we used to, only on the nodes now. Yes, that is true. You can only forge and botanize on the nodes. Yeah, I'm no doubt we'll spend a little bit of time of the stream discussing all the new things that happened in Wurm, including this rubble that ended up on my deed. It's kind of annoying me, I'll be honest. But the devs have mentioned that they will be providing an option for getting rid of them on your deed. Currently, that option requires a payment, so you have to pay to get a Spirit Templar on your deed to get rid of these nodes. But yeah. Fun loose, welcome on in, and it is Worm. Yeah, Twitch made a change that kind of makes you mad. Yeah, they did. Twitch made a bunch of changes actually. And Buddha nodes online. Exactly. Right. I'm kind of mad that I have nodes on my deed. They're like right in the middle of my path. They're kind of annoying. I don't want to go around and having to pick them all up. But wait, Buddha, you could probably answer this question. Why is there still snow on my deed? Is snow going to be something that's just perpetually there, or is it like I heard the altitude is going to make a difference? Or is this snow pile just like, eventually going to disappear because we're sort of on the tail end of winter? Yeah. Oh, I'm not going to touch them. No, I'm not harvesting these things. No. They would have spawned in the winter, it'll disappear. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah, no. They're going to stay there. No need to harvest them. I don't think I'm going to really do anything about harvesting them. Okay, so there's a couple of things that I do want to do. So I'd like to go out and do some archaeology. If we could take a look at my skill now with archaeology, let's see. I do have 75.99 archaeology on this tune. I'm actually surprised that my archaeology and restoration are that high. I don't recall working on it really, except for there was this one Halloween and they had these archaeology things in the Halloween, so I just went crazy trying to get them, and I did a little bit more archaeology after that because it's sort of like I figured out how archaeology works, but I really didn't work on it that much, and I got my archaeology to 76. So I kind of want to work that up. Maybe we can hit 77 today or something like that. So in order to get that going, though, I've been sort of working on improving my tools for archaeology, particularly my trowel. So my trowel was like low quality trowel. It had some enchants on it. So I'll show it to you here. Let's get in here. So it's this trowel right here. Has a couple enchants on it. I don't know how I worked down the COC on the trowel. That must have been from some building I did. And I recently imped it up to 85, and I thought, you know what? Let's start the stream with me imping my trowel up to 90. We'll get it up to 90, and we'll take the trowel on an archaeology adventure to I don't even know what. Gather archaeology fragments. Yeah. So the one that missed you is the stream didn't auto start when I'm in chat anymore. Oh, that's interesting. So you were like waiting on my channel and it didn't auto start. That's weird. So if I was in chat before the stream started, it would auto started when the streamer went live. Okay, so they got rid of that. Yeah. And trowel is one of the hardest to imp. I totally know. There's like some interesting mechanics in this game. For those of you who don't play Wurm, this game is extremely rich and deep with systems that are extremely complex, and the learning curve is very steep. And one of the weird, interesting things about this game is that not all tools are created equally. Some tools, when you improve them, you can improve them nice and smoothly. Their quality goes up. Some tools, for some odd reason, take like 3 times as long, or at least double the length of time in order to improve them. And the trowel is one of them. So we're going to see that in action right now, and we'll all get to see what does it look like to improve something at 85 quality up to 90 quality. How long does that take? Okay, so while that's heating up, I'm going to go over to the larder and get some food. Not to the larder though, because I don't leave anything in my larder anymore. I can't. I just can't. I don't know how anybody's going to keep anything in their larder anymore. I'll be honest. So let's see. What do I need? Eat that and eat that. Yeah, I think the larder got a big nerf on this one, on this update. I think I'm going to just not collect any more snow. I don't think that's... I used to be able to go over behind my house and collect 199 quality snowballs in 5 minutes or so. I don't think that's possible anymore, I'll be honest. I don't think that the new gathering system that they added is going to allow for people to gather snowballs, at least from what I see. You're tasked all the time to imp Myra's trowels. It takes forever, I know. And one of the things this update totally took the last nail in the coffin is larders. Now they're legacy officially, I know. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just I kind of want to do this. I've been thinking of doing this for a while. If I look at my balances, I have 129,000 marks, and I haven't spent them because I didn't really feel like I had anything I really needed to spend them on. So I think what I'm gonna spend them on to replace my larder is a couple magical chests. So let's go do that. Buy some magical chests. There's some more snow over there. Bank, nope. Premium wards. How much is a magical chest? A large magical chest is 42. And I have 129. Does that mean I can buy 3 of them? Okay, it'll be fine. There's a post coming at some point explaining some changes that'll happen. Okay, that's nice to hear. I'm glad to hear that some of the feedback is going to be taken into account. Yeah, that makes me question. I wonder. Thanks for the update, Buddha. I'm interested to know then what the solution is going to be, because I have a whole bunch of thoughts about what it could be. Here's the thing: is that there was always this little weird mechanic with snow, and I'm not sure if it was intended or not, but if you gathered snow on a tree, on a tile that had a tree on it, you had a much higher chance of getting a 99 quality snowball compared to if there was no tree. And I'm not sure what caused that difference. It might have been a bug the whole time, you know, one of those features that people kind of figured out. And so because my whole area just beyond this building, on the opposite side of this building, you can see all these trees over there. I would just go up and down the tiles there and gather all the snowballs. But you know what? Even with that, I still had a hard time with the larder. And I think that my solution is to get a couple magic chests. So I'm just going to double check. Did they add anything to this list of things that you can get? I don't think so, right? I already got the sleep bonus. Meditation path change. I don't need that. Magical tome. No, don't need one of those. Wait, magical tome. Those could be like, those could sell for a lot, right? And hey, atomic ants. Okay, so there might be some changes coming to this larder snow thing. That would be great. Yeah, 100%. I totally agree. That would be great. You filled up your larder with snowballs from the new system, no problem. Okay. 99 quality snowballs? Was it? Plus you can get snow outside of winter if you're on a high elevation. NFI, that sounds like... Okay, you bought transmutation rod instead of a chest. Okay. Yeah, transmutation rod... I don't, yeah, maybe. I already have a gold, silver, and iron vein on my deed that's like pretty high quality. Yeah. 90s, not all hundreds. Dreamt! Welcome on in. Well, I've been meaning to get at least one large magic chest, so let's do that at least. Let's grab one of those, except... Yeah. Okay. 15 kilograms. That's pretty big. I have 2 of these large magic chests and a small one. But I have so many marks. I don't even know what to do with them all. I may as well get another one. And both the other ones are completely full. And thanks so much for that raid, Dreamt. How's it going? I was lurking in your stream earlier. Saw that you were streaming some Wurm. But I was driving home from work, so I couldn't chat or say anything. But yeah. Glad to see that you're back streaming Wurm. And Hayden, what's going on? Hold on. Saying a whole bunch of stuff here, but I can't quite see. Not the ones from that. Oh, okay. So the tomes that you get from that aren't going to be the good ones. Got it. Is it that the good ones just don't come, or it's that they're extremely rare, or what is it that causes that to happen? Okay, I need to make some space for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this over here, and we will place this right here. Good. Yeah, the really good ones don't come at all, like Blood of Angels, Smoke from Soul. Those are only uniques that drop. Oh, okay. You only get 1 of 7 from the Mark's Tomes. The ones like Blood of Angels and Smoke Soul are only uniques. Got it. Okay. So the really good ones. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I guess. I guess that makes sense. Okay, so let's see. I have a whole bunch of stuff in my inventory that I kind of don't want. So I'm going to drop this on there. These satchels I could probably do without. This backpack. What is this backpack doing here? Okay, well, we'll just drop that in one of the forges that can fit it. Wonder if this one can fit it. Yeah. And the satchels can probably go into my archaeology shelf. And who knows? I was thinking like all the things that I could be getting myself into. And one of them is to build an archaeology space, because currently this shelf is my archaeology space. And it's, as you can see, in my tiny little 2x2 room that has all my other stuff in it. So I could probably use a little bit of space stuff taken out of this room. And archaeology is one of those things that Could potentially also include like a little bit of a display case of some kind somewhere. Yeah. Okay, so I am going to work on improving my anvil. Let's drink up my water, and I'm going to give myself a little bit of a refresh too. Actually, you know what? I'm going to hold on to that refresh. I don't need it at the moment. And yeah, we'll start improving my trowel. Currently, it's at 85.47 quality. And we're just going to, yeah, give it some love. Okay, so thank you. I talked about you today, looking up to. Thanks for lurking. I hope I wasn't obnoxious. No, you weren't obnoxious. Oh, looking up to me. Aw, thanks, Dreamt. That means a lot. Yeah, so many things to get into Wurm. I know. Whew. And hey, Arizona Rose, welcome on in. Good evening to you as well. Happy Friday. As you can see, I'm switching things up a little bit today. In my Discord channel, I had posed the question about what people would be interested in seeing me do next. We had finished our Darkness Falls run. You know, I was looking, like, do I play another mod? Do I play another Darkness Falls run? Or do I play some completely different game? And I got a lot of suggestions. A lot of people chimed in to say one thing or another. Nobody voted for another Darkness Falls run. So I guess everybody's Darkness Falls out. And most people wanted a different game. So, and out of all the games that I had posted there were quite a few Wurm. Yeah, there were quite a few Wurm suggestions. Yeah, Darkness Falls is my favorite mod. Absolute favorite. And they just released the stable version of it for Alpha 21. And I'm kind of interested in giving it another shot, because the previous run that we did, there were quite a few, shall we say, bugs or weird things that happened that Kane who's the developer of the mod, has like addressed and fixed a lot of them. One of them that he fixed, which is really interesting, is the pulse bomb. The pulse bomb that killed me at least twice in that run. Out of my 4 deaths, twice was due to the pulse bomb that was in my hand or on my crossbow bolt and exploded unexpectedly in an unexpected way. And turned out that there was a problem with the pulse bomb, and he had to make some adjustments to it so it would stop exploding in people's faces, which I can imagine would be really, really painful if you were doing a permadeath run, let's say, and you don't get pulse bombs till the, end game kind of region. And if you were, finally got your hands on a few pulse bombs on a permadeath run and ran into one of those glitches that causes it to explode in your hand, boy, that would be annoying. But yeah, now we are back in Wurm Online, so I'm kind of interested to get back into archaeology. One thing I noticed was that my archaeology journal is quite full. I have a few blank reports ready to populate, but and I don't remember barely any of these, or where they are, or whether or not there's a deed on them that we won't be able to do any archaeology on them. But I think Punta Cana is, I kind of think I know where that one is around. I think if I read the report, no, there's almost enough information, location information written in this report to be able to use it to track down this village. So is there a way to somehow use the report to point me in the right direction to where it is? I don't remember that being a thing, but maybe it's that I need more information about it. I'm not sure. And Drogos, welcome on in. How's it going? Glad to see you here. Yeah. So, yeah, this is kind of how long it takes to get tools to improve, especially when you get close to the 90 point or above. I would love to get this tool up to like 95, but trowels are such a pain. Just such a pain to improve. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but with archaeology, I kind of remember that if your trowel is a higher quality, it gives you a better chance at getting skill? I could be wrong about that. But I remember doing a test a long time ago. This was back on SFI. And I had a high quality trowel and a low quality trowel. And the high quality trowel went way better in terms of skill gain than the low. Is it still this way? I also know that using a shovel increases difficulty, but does the quality of the tool not affect difficulty with archaeology? If anybody knows, that would be information. I have no idea how that works exactly. As I said, I haven't really done all that much archaeology, or at least, let me put it this way. Even though my skill in restoration is 82 or whatever it is, I still haven't assembled a single tool that has a ruin on it. I don't know how to do that either. Yeah, it's not like the game explains it. I know that. Well, it never does. It always requires some, trial and error. Pass. I'll have to ask your wife or some of our archaeology buddies. Yeah, it's like one of these things that only those who really put their mind to it. If I need to, I do have another trowel here somewhere. Hold on. Do I have another trowel, or is it another shovel? I have a low quality circle of cutting shovel. Could try to see the effect of that. I don't think that, though, my skill is, high enough that I need to worry about increasing the difficulty that much. Let me just see. Do I have a trowel? I think I had a trowel here. Oh, okay. There's a low quality 80 circular cutting trowel. We can just do some tests in terms of tick sizes, action timers, tick frequency. We can just sort of do a little quick test to see. The ruins need to have come from good archaeology spots. Okay, so you need to get the fragments from good archaeology spots, such as really old deeds or places that have multiple deeds on top of them. Let's have a 24-hour stream and seek fragments until we combine a ruined item. Yeah, I know, it will take about that long, right? But archaeology skill matters too, and so on, and how you clean them. You now need to use the correct tool. Higher quality tools is better so you can fail less and get more ruins. Oh, okay. So let me see what my cleaning tools look like. I have a 105 metal brush that's 6 quality. Okay, so what you're saying is I need higher quality tools there. And I feel like that's for getting better ruins. So really, I have this as my skiller brush, and I'm pretty sure those need to be low quality for me to get optimal skill gain for the cleaning. What's the other tool again? It's the brush and the chisel, right? Okay, I have my pick on chisels. I have a low quality 96 circle of cutting, or I have a high quality with 94 and some WOA on it. So if I want ruins, I got to use high quality. For skill, I need low quality. Gotcha. Okay, so I think I'm going for skill at the moment. So I guess the strategy then is to use the low quality tools on the garbage fragments and save the cache fragments for high quality tools. I'm guessing. So yeah, skill, yes, for good results. Terrible to use a skiller. Got it. Okay, for good results. Yeah. Okay, always use high quality and the right tool when you restore now since the last patch. Okay, so there was a patch to archaeology. I didn't actually... I might have read it, but I wasn't probably thinking too much about archaeology at the time that they they did that patch. Just burn through them all. If your skill is low, cash frags won't be very valuable. Right. Well, my skill isn't that low. It's at 76. But I got that 76 simply by... I think the majority of that 76 came from hunting for Halloween fragments. Like, I remember that Halloween happened where they added the archaeology fragments to the event, and my skill was 0. And by the end of that event, my skill was like 70. Right? So it was like literally just collecting the Halloween fragments. And then I figured, you know, I have all these extra fragments. I may as well work on my restoration. So I made myself some skiller tools and I just cleaned them all. Got my restoration up to 82, and I haven't combined any of it. And that's where I'm at. So I don't really know much about the archaeology process. I kind of just know that I go from place to place looking for abandoned deed locations, and I just go tile to tile and search. Yeah, you do remember that event? I think we had 15,000 frags on deed at some point. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I still have like all the things. Like if I look into here, I bet you I still have like all of the Halloween fragments from that event. I might have used some. I might have combined some. Let me see. Anything that says Halloween here? Look, I even got like to the point where I was categorizing them. Like, these ones all require brushes. Unidentified brush. What did I do with them all? These are all unidentified. Okay. Shingles. I was also in the process of converting all my pottery bowls over to satchels so that they could be repaired. And look at all these ones. These ones need repaired. These ones need to be repaired. I'm too far away. Okay, let's do some repairing there while I look for this. Masks? No, these are the other masks, like the regular masks. I'm pretty sure I have the Halloween event things in this shelf somewhere. Maybe in these pottery bowls. Ah, there they are. There they are. So I got 54 pumpkin terror fragments. I have 37 troll mask fragments. Let me see, are any of these like gonna decay? Yeah, some of them are pretty close, or getting onto yellow anyway. I got 31 witches hats fragments and 26 pumpkin shoulder fragments. I probably have the least amount of pumpkin shoulder fragments because I probably made 2 sets of them. Barrels in barrel racks don't decay on deed. That's interesting. Okay, so hold on. And yes, that also means hours of imping trowel. Yeah, Myra has a supreme silver trowel. Of course, it had to be silver, right? Takes ages to imp. Doesn't silver decay faster? Yeah, if you're... Yeah. 95 damage satchel, yeah. I mean, I came back to a whole bunch of fragments scattered on the floor. It was a pile of like 350 fragments. You know how when a container decays and it just pours them on the ground and it allows you to even get more than 100 items in the pile? Yeah, that's what happened. All my fragments are down here. So made a whole bunch of satchels, put them in there, and of course, those ones are also decaying. But barrels don't decay on deed. So you can do each barrel rack holds 30 barrels, if I'm not mistaken. And then, yeah, I suppose you can get a few barrel racks. That makes sense. Use pet bowls. Do pet bowls also not decay on deed? Do pet bowls decay when they're on the shelf. They shouldn't? Okay, interesting. Okay, so pet bowls don't decay on a shelf. So I could replace and okay, and is that because they come out at high quality? See, these are all the things I'm learning about. I didn't know pet bowls is a relatively new addition, like new for me. It came with the animal update. I find it interesting that pet bowls don't decay. It seems like an interesting design choice. Okay, so I can make pet bowls. I can probably fit... Okay, they don't form piles. Okay, but can I fit a bunch onto a shelf? And then furthermore, does a pet bowl hold 100 fragments? Can you put 100 fragments into a pet bowl? These are all things that I would need to know before switching over to pet bowls. And what does it take to make a pet bowl? What's the button I'm looking for? B. Pet bowl. Crude knife on a log. Oh, crude knife on a log. Okay, 8 fit in a backpack and pet bowls fit 72 frags. Okay. That's not bad. It's not 100, but if I don't have to repair the container, and they'll probably come out at relatively high quality since it's creation. Interesting. So that must have been why they added pet bowls in the first place, for the archaeologists. Yeah, carving knife. I know I said crude knife, but yeah, carving knife is... Yeah. Do the frags still take decay in the pet bowls? I'm sure that the fragments will still take decay. But the fragments decay so slowly. So slowly. Like, these mask fragments have been in here for... Like, not the Halloween that just passed, but the Halloween... Maybe not even the Halloween before that. Probably the Halloween before that. And this is how much damage they've been taking. Now, some of the lower quality fragments probably taken a lot more damage, like the 13 quality one took 24 damage in around that same time. But if let's say there's a really important fragment and it's at a really high damage, you could always just combine it with another fragment and it will remove the damage. So, like, let me see my statues. Here's one. Here's a couple that have like really high. I bet you I lost 1 or 2 here. But like, let's say I wanted to save this one, this 69 quality fragment here. Hold on. Let's collapse my inventory. I could just take that one and the 49 one and just like combine them. What's the button for combining? Shift. I used shift and slash. And now I have a 5 quality 0 damage one. You know, I might have to do that for some of these statues, because some of these statues are kind of... Statue fragments are kind of important. I got this rare goblin statue fragment. And then these ones are the ones that require 80 or more. I only have a single warg one that's at 24 damage. Let me see, do I have another warg? Yeah, here. 4 more. So I'll take this one and combine them, and that will remove their damage. You put your rare ones in a magic chest? That's a good idea. Maybe I'll get another magic chest for that. How's my trowel doing? 88? It's getting there. The frag's still... yeah, okay, I read that. Yeah, they survived so many years without any decay, and now you gather them and they decay. Yeah. But you cannot restore them. Yeah, they've been under the ground for years and years. Yeah, Myra got a large magic chest for the important fragments. Yeah, yeah, that seems reasonable. I might get another one. I think Xander has like 160,000 marks as well. So if I need another one or 3, then I might do that. To me, I feel like the large magic chest is like the only item on there that I would personally buy. Aside from the ones like the extra hour of sleep bonus, obviously that one I had to get, but I already got those on all of my tunes, I think. Yeah, the rare supremes, fantastic frags, as well as the statue frags. That's what you put in it. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So I think I might do that. I don't think I have any other rare fragments except for this statue, the goblin statue one. Nor do I feel like any of them are actually worth it. Like the masks ones are good. I'd probably just keep all of the fragments that are important, like the statue, mask, and statuettes, like the ones that actually make stuff. Not the ore or sticks or those. Yeah, those ones not really that important. Yeah, I'm not sure how these got down here. Oh, right, this is the second shelf. Oh no, this is the third shelf. Okay, these are all my unidentified ones. Okay, we're getting close to 90 now. What does the silver mag ruin do on a large magic chest? Okay, silver mag ruin. Let's see. Increase volume. Oh. Huh. Does that go on to... Like, I wonder if I put a silver mag ruin onto a... Hey, what? What? If I put a silver mag ruin onto a small magic chest, will that allow me to put 3 satchels? Because right now I can only put 2 satchels in my small magic chest. Yeah, I should try. What material is a magic chest? Would it need a wood one? You got silver mag on all your chests? Wood? Yeah. I would guess wood as well, but I could be wrong. So wood needs fine carpentry. I could probably do that. Yeah, fine carpentry. Let me see, what's my fine carpentry at? I think it's pretty high. It's like it's above 90 for sure. Hold on. Carpentry. I'm blind. Carpentry. Fine carpentry. 92.29. That's probably good enough. And what's my soul? Is it soul strength or soul depth? Or is it whichever one's higher that will determine the chance of putting on the ruin? What's the difference between size and volume when it comes to large magic chests? I think size increases the inside of it. Volume increases the outside of it. I think. But I could be wrong. Yeah. That, like the size ruin, I think increases the size of the inside, like how much it can carry. I actually don't know for sure though. It's possible both increase the size that is able to be inside of them. Size makes it bigger, and also how much space you have inside. Okay, does volume just increase the amount of space inside then? Boy, Windows Online. Got all these windows. Okay, getting there. Oh yeah, still got a ways to go. 0.6. Volume is weird. You can fit bigger items, but also it's weird if we had a wiki explanation. Do we have a wiki explanation? Let's see. Let's look at the ruins. Where is it? Silver. And mag is this one, yeah. Mag ruin, okay, increases volume. And there's no little star there that it'll explain. Okay, ruins that increase volume will allow the affected container to hold more of items. Hold more of items that already fit. Ruins that increase size will allow the affected container to hold bigger items. This will also increase the amount of dye needed to paint them. Okay, so that's why we put size ruins on mailboxes, so that you can mail like long swords and bigger things like that. And then volume runes are what you put to make it so that it can carry more of the same items it already can carry. Hold on one second, just give me one. Right. Well, even though we do have a wiki explanation, it's still unclear what it exactly means. So if an item can only hold 2 satchels, and then I increase the volume by 10%, does that mean I can now carry 2.2 satchels? And hence not a third one? So size means planks and logs. Yeah. Volume should let you use 3 satchels. Maybe. Maybe. Right. Maybe is the actual answer, I think. Maybe. And hey, Milkman, welcome on in. Depends if 2 satchels are actually maxing it. Right. I don't think it is, because I can put 2 satchels followed by 2 pottery bowls. But I would really like to get 3 satchels. Oh no, maybe it's only 1 pottery bowl. It's like 2 satchels and a pottery bowl fits. Okay, so satchels, because satchels carry lots of pizza. Like, I wonder, how many pizzas fit in a small magic chest if I just put pizzas one at a time? But I know I could fit like 9 pizzas in a satchel. Yeah, I'll have to make some of these ruins. My attach chance is probably not going to be great, but I could probably make the ruins just fine. I'll have to double check if I have what my supply of wood. Rift wood. Yeah, riftwood. I want to know what my supply of riftwood is. Satchel will not fit in the master chest. Okay, so that's so only 2 satchels are fitting. Oh, I could do that, but then it wouldn't protect decay. Okay, you fit 2. Oh, okay. Wait, that's with us. That's with a ruin, the volume ruin. Okay, well, maybe that's for another day. I kind of want to go, yeah, with a volume ruin, right, yeah. Okay, so it doesn't increase the number of satchels. Right. Okay, so then there's the large magic chest. I just want to, I wanted to figure out if I could, if there's a use, if I can make better use of that small one I got. So maybe that small one's good for just putting on in my cart. Put it in my cart. And as I drive around, and if I want to pick up stuff and put it into there. Yeah, you use your small one on the cart? Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. Yeah, I'll mess with the ruins another time. Oh, right. I also want to take a few of my horseshoes. Hold on. Because I do need a set of new helis for my cart. Let's take some of these 90 quality ones that I made and cool them off so that when I go put them on a horse. Okay, we'll just get a little bit above 90 and then we'll go off and I'm gonna purchase a couple hell horses for my cart. Yeah, hell horse really should be able to put on Wurm shoes. That totally would make sense. Totally. I should. That should work, but I don't think it does. Okay, so let's put this away. Once we're done with the water action, we'll drop that. Oh, the water action failed. Right. And I'm curious to know, how many people in chat don't know very much at all about Wurm Online? Curious to know if there's anybody in there. Because what I'd hate to do is isolate people in terms of like just going on and on about Wurm. One thing I love doing is talking about this game. I just love explaining this game and what's happening. Although I don't know, like, if I just start talking about all the little things that are happening on the screen here, there's actually more than you probably notice, because a lot of this game happens sort of in your imagination, right? So like a lot of it, you're doing stuff. Like, for example, right now I am activating my whetstone and I'm using my whetstone to like sharpen the blade of the trowel. And now I'm taking my hammer and I'm hammering the trowel. But notice how like my character's not doing anything. He's just standing there. If you look very closely, you can see the tool that I'm holding right now is my staff. But when I switch to the lump, oh, I got rid of the lump. Let's bring it back just to show. If I put the lump, for some odd reason, the trowel gets put in my hand. But what's really happening is I'm sort of using this high quality iron to somehow, I'm not even sure what, make the trowel higher quality. I'm not sure. Yeah, where are my actions? You have actions when you do things? You mean like animations? I don't know. I don't know. Let me check my options. Settings. Do I have the animations turned off? I don't think so, though. Animation quality, extreme. Player animations, all. I have no idea where my animations are. I always just assumed there weren't animations for these things. See, there's my hammer again. Yeah, you have animations? That's weird. Like, are you talking about... Yeah, bug-ate it. When you are improving things that are in the forge while blacksmithing? Like, I know that there's some animations for carpentry where your like hammer's going, or when you're building a wall, like your hand's going like this. But I've never seen animations for blacksmithing in the forge. Okay, you don't know, yeah. Other things there will be animations, just for this one. Yeah, it's very, very animation-less. And I'm standing facing this way, but I'm actually interacting with the stuff inside that forge right now. So yeah, a lot of this game happens in your imagination. Like, you are imagining that your character is like doing a full-on blacksmithing kind of thing. What I really like about this system, though, is that there's a lot of different metrics on which you can improve your tools. So there's the enchantments that you can put on the tools. There's the quality that you can increase your tool with. There's also the material that the tool is made out of makes a difference. And then there's also the rarity of the tool, and you can make things rare by chance. Yeah, so there's a lot of like interesting things about how you can sort of adjust the effectiveness of your tools. Okay, I'm just gonna ride over to the market. Trying to think. I'll probably need some coin. But I think I can get that. Actually, you know what? Okay, the merchants are down there, but the token's way up there. So I'm actually just gonna go to my token because it's a little bit closer. I'll grab some coin. Problem is I don't know exactly what the exact change is that I'll need. So I'll just grab a bunch of a little bit of everything. Withdraw some money. Let's grab a couple silver. Let's grab and Syndicate Game Network. Thanks for the raid. Welcome on in. Let's grab some 50 copper. And what do I get that in terms of? A couple 20s. Let's do that again. Withdraw another 50 copper. I'll get double that. Okay, that probably will get me enough change to work with if I need. Great to see me streaming Wurm again. It's great to be streaming Wurm again. I love this game. I really do. As much as I gripe about it, and I do, I'm gonna try best to not gripe as much as I usually do. I do truly love this game. There's so much to love about this game. I mean, it's amazing how there hasn't been another game quite like it, or at least with the scope that this game set out to sort of achieve. Okay, there's a couple Moltons. Let's see, 11 and 14. Let's go check the pens. I don't want to buy them if they're aged, but they very well might be. I don't know if Cats has been breeding. Oh wait, the Hellies might be down here. I just want to see what the ages are of these. This is 11. Mature. Mature. Good. Okay, I'll buy those two. They're both molten, I think, right? I won't be able to tell actually. Are they molten? Let's see. Molten. Yeah. Molten. I also have access to this deed, so I actually can just run in and grab them, but I'm going to pay for them. It'll also remove the key from the merchant so somebody else doesn't pay them anyway. So that's exactly 2. Good. And Cheesy Games, welcome on in. So much to love, yes, 100%. Very true. It's kind of sad that no other game really took after making another version of Wurm. Yeah, sure, you have Minecraft, but no game really competes with Wurm in all that it does. Yeah, 100%. Minecraft doesn't come close. Not at all. I'm talking like just MMO. Just MMOs on their own. You there's no MMOs out there, right? That come close. So like I wouldn't classify Minecraft quite like an MMO. Just gonna unlock this. That way Cats at least knows that Oh, I'm getting hit already. Nope. I better put my weapon away. Grab this. Lead. And let's run. So I don't get completely destroyed by these hellhounds. Hellhounds are a little bit nippy. So that's a lot of people don't like using them because of that. I don't mind the nippiness. I don't mind. Yeah, take out my weapon. I'll kill them, I know. You do watch Kenji's streams, Cheesy. Just talk about him in Alliance instead. Okay. Wait, this because Kenji... Oh, I see, okay. And, oh, I'm missing a bunch of stuff. Memers, I never see you guys on the Kenji stream. He's a pretty cool guy. Hey, first time there. Okay. He's in your Alliance. You watch Kenji streams. Just talk to him in Alliance instead. Whoa, what was that? Okay, let's get these guys in here. I'm going to unlead, stop leading, and get out of here. I'm going to disembark here, gain some stamina, embark, and disembark. That's the way to clear the aggros. You embark and disembark onto something. I realize I'm carrying around my water, so I'm going to drop my water off. I'll just put this on the paddock. I'll put the coins in my bag and the keys as well in my bag. Lead, ride. Where shall I put my horse so it doesn't get lost? Put my horse right here. And I am carrying 8 pottery bowls. Oh, those can go right here. See, it's like not even that much more cluttered. It's pretty much the same amount. Okay. Okay, what was I doing? I grabbed horseshoes, didn't I? I thought I grabbed horseshoes. Oh yeah, I put them in here to cool off. But only 4 of them. That's okay. I'll take the other 4 from my horse. Okay, so there's these horseshoes here. They're half decent. And then there's these horseshoes here. I don't want to unequip all, I just want the horseshoes. Those ones are also half decent. Yeah. Oh yeah. The other thing I need to do is brand the horses. So let's get the branding iron out. Branding, for those who don't know, gets it so that these horses become part of my deed. You finished a 6.5-hour stream, so you need to get some food and chill for a while. Oh, totally, absolutely. You go do your thing. I totally know how that feels at the end of a long stream. Yeah, thanks again for that raid. And now you understand why everything's quiet. Yeah, because they're all talking in the lines chat. Makes sense. And hey, 2 cats yelling, welcome on in. Half decent, I'm worse than you. I am saying it tongue in cheek a little bit. They are quite good horseshoes. Okay, let's get these on my cart now. Hitch, and let's bring the cart out. Yeah, these ones over here are venerable, so they've gotten to the point where you can't hitch them anymore. And let's just make sure. I'm pretty sure this cart is filled with stuff, so let's empty it all out. Or at least make it so that it's not carrying too much weight. Oh, actually not so much. There's a couple rafts. They only have some small things. I have my tent. I have barrels of water, I'm gonna guess. Nope. Some of them are dye. One of them is dye. 2 barrels of water. Lunchbox is probably empty. And some vodka for climbing. Yeah, it kind of looks like I don't really need to empty it at all. The mooring ropes look like they could probably go. I'll put them into the junk bin. There were already some mooring ropes in here, I think. Yeah. And this rope as well can probably go here. Okay. And I'm going to need to go grab some of those satchels. Actually, is now the time to make pet bowls? No. I'll let's make some satchels. You want some vodka? Yeah. It's were you here, Cedars, last time at the end of the stream when I was showing off my alcohol? Yeah, I think you were here. This is my alcohol supply. And I checked in on it and I realized like this alcohol aged well. Like 30 barrels of whiskey, they're all full, and when I taste them, they're like 91 quality. I have 30 barrels of 91 quality whiskey. And I have all my beer. I wonder, did the beer doesn't age, right? 63. So those ones did not age at all. So my beer, and then over here I have 30 more barrels of vodka, and then over here I have 24 barrels of moonshine. Let's see, how's the moonshine doing? Also 90 quality. Yeah, they age better underground. I know. I had always kind of wanted to build an underground like place to store all my alcohol so they can age better. I never got around to it though. I had an idea for it, but I never came to be, unfortunately. Beer does age? Okay. Cask condition. Oh, okay, but in real life, just not in Wurm. Yeah, you die in my distillery. Yeah, I think my multi should be able to drag me along with that weight. Yeah, I think it should be fine. I thought that there were like stones and stuff, like stone crates of stone. I thought, but there wasn't. Cask condition beer is delightful. Yeah. Why does alcohol age better underground? Like, so we're talking specifically Wurm mechanics. So the answer to why, because the devs made it do that. I don't know if that's actually what's gonna, like, alcohol probably ages better in cool, dry places. Yeah, temperature control. Yeah, so you put wine in a cellar, for example, in real life. But in Wurm, they just sort of said, you know, if you put the cask in a cave underground, then it will age better, or at least faster. Well, at least I got around to actually make the alcohol. You never got to that part? Oh, it's fun. I liked making it. I just don't have a use for it. The only thing that you use it for is climbing. And that's like really rare. And you don't need all that much to do some climbing. You don't need that much anyway. There was another thing people use alcohol for, and that's for causing actions to become more difficult to increase the rate of skill gain. Yeah, exactly. Some use it for skilling. I've never gotten to that point where I needed that. Okay, let's see. Let's make sure I have everything. I should probably grab some food. My food bar is low. I do have some coffee on me. Let's just make sure I have enough. I have 5.8. Oh, that's not the right one. Okay. Let's see. Let's take a little bit out of my wood cutting one. So I don't really... Whoops, hold on. Don't really use wood cutting. 1 second. I need my knife. Tools. My knife. Okay, let's just activate that. And then grab my wood cutting pizza. Grab a portion. Put that back. So just to start off, I'm going to use my refresh. So let's just take a little... let's Just take a little nibble of the mining logic and body control. I don't have an archaeology pizza, and I don't think I want to spend the time to make one. Now let's put this into the cart so it stops decaying in my inventory, and I think it'll fit right into the food tin. Yeah, good. All right, thanks for the follow. All right, memers, you have a good one. Thanks for coming to hang out. Yeah, making the alcohol was a lot of fun. I really liked the process, and getting my beverages skill up, that was a lot of fun too. What is all that stuff by the tree there? Rotting wood. Okay. Rotting wood. Yeah, so all this like foraging and botanizing stuff that happened. Yeah, let's chat a little bit about this new system that they added to the game. When I heard about it the first time, I was interested in the fact that the world will be populated now by a little bit more variety. I don't know if you remember, but before this system, they used to have like these random rocks just randomly lying around, and you couldn't interact with the rocks because they were just cosmetic. They'd just be there. Right? They kind of looked similar to this one, like similar. They'd be like these like gray rocks that you couldn't interact with. It almost looked like you could, but then when you went up to them, they were just cosmetic, or they just looked that way. And so when I heard about this, it kind of my initial instinct was to say that will make the world look nicer. There'll be more variety to the foliage. When you're running through like a forested area, it's gonna sort of clutter up the ground a little bit, like it is in the forest. Oh, 1 second. Before I go on, there are 2 deeds over here that I do. They are on my deed, and they're old, and I can do some archaeology on them. Wildflowers can give you white dotted. Oh, interesting. You enjoyed the chat. Enjoy the chat and stream. Good to see me again, Wurm. Again, I got stuff to do tomorrow, so you need to sleep given it's 2 a.m. Okay. Thanks for coming to hang out, Budloose. And yeah, hopefully I might do a little bit more worming in the next little bit. Yeah. So hopefully I'll see you around, and you'll be able to catch another stream. So this place over here, oh, there's a hellhound. Hello. This place over here used to be owned by somebody named Pyro. When his deed fell, and Scuffgrim as well, their deed fell, I expanded my deed to cover that area. So we are still on my deed here. Yeah, you'll have to get your phone to Twitch push message you then. Yeah. Well, if you have Discord, I also announce it there. Yeah, this hellhound can help me heal up here. All right. This is my other mine. This mine is the one that has the silver, gold, and iron. Let me just see. I double check if this iron. I don't think this iron's high quality. No, it's only 74. But this silver and this gold both were transmuted, I think. What's this iron? 30. Okay. So some low quality iron there. Okay, so let's get to it. We have 2 trowels to test. So I'm going to just go a little bit with the high quality one. I'll be honest, I'm pretty sure that the high quality yeah, the high quality one is the one that will give me the best skill gain. Before we get started, let's really started. Let's drink some coffee here. And let's also nibble on that pizza there for a second. Okay, and then let's hit a refresh. All right. And what did I do? Shift E? Shift E. Pick clean. Clean. Okay. People actually transmute? Yeah, I mean, I don't ever transmute. Pyro, who was the owner of this land, made those two. I have gotten a transmutation rod a couple times. I don't remember from where though. And I would just sell them. That's what I would do with any transmutation rod I got, because I never felt like it was worth it to spawn a high quality node when you could just explore a bunch and find a high quality node. Forgot to turn on my sleep bonus. What am I thinking? Okay, let's keep an eye on archaeology ticks. You know what I should do? Here, we'll do this. I'll use Wurm Assistant to track skill gain. Hold on. How do I do this? I forget. I don't even know. Griphyth. Start session. Yep, that's working. Okay, you are on the Discord. Okay. All right, see you later, Button Loose. You done a lot of high quality smithing, and when I thought about it on SFI, I came to the conclusion that the rod is more expensive than what the vein can possibly make you. I agree with that, 100%. Okay, I think I reached the end of the deeded area. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, it's not worth the transmutation unless money is not an issue, right? Like if you want to pay for the convenience of having a high quality vein with a lot of ore in it, that would be the only reason. So you have enough money that you're not worried about trying to make silver in the game. But if you're trying to max min stuff and you're trying to make more money than you spend, I don't think transmutation rod is the way to go. I totally agree with that. I would say that it's like a pay for convenience sort of situation. Okay, Pyro's land. Let's just double check that I did get in my archaeology journal a Pyro's land. Yes. And let's read the report. Okay, it's a very blank report right now. Okay, so I'm just going to be gathering up these fragments. Let's see how the fragments are doing. I actually probably should bring that archaeology journal out. I'll put it into the cooking. That way I can do that. Yeah. Might actually make sense at a point when servers are full with deeds in every step. Maybe. But probably not. Because you can still travel to places that are less cluttered, like less Like look at Xanadu, for example. If you're on Southern and you're on Xanadu, there's like no way that it's going to be fully ever. Oh, people fighting over the. You know, if it gets to that point, I almost guarantee you the devs will open up another cluster, or more servers. More servers will be open. If all of a sudden Wurm gets this massive influx of people to the point where there's not enough land, I'm sure more servers will get opened. Like, that would be cause for celebration. You barely found a good place in Xanadu back then? No, there was never a time when there weren't good spots available on Xanadu. Yeah, I looked for good spots on Xanadu when it opened, within the first few months of it opening. So I came late to the party. Like, I wasn't there on day one for Xanadu, but I was there right at like about 3 months after, when all the like quote unquote good parts were taken. And yet still there were good shoreline spots that I was able to find. Not to mention, if you're not that concerned about, you know, you're not overly concerned about being on the shore, you're okay being inland a bit. There are places on Xanadu, I feel like no player has walked over these tiles before. There are places on Xanadu like that. Yeah, neighbor blocked a tunnel entrance to make sure the gold veins weren't accessible. A tunnel made by somebody else. That's a shite move. I almost guarantee you that the GMs would intervene in that situation. If somebody claimed they made a tunnel to access these gold veins and somebody else blocked the tunnel. Unless somebody blocked it by placing a deed, that would be the only way that they could do it legitimately. Yeah. Okay, so I noticed I got a Cyclops statuette piece fragment. That's kind of nice. Yeah. Blocked after deeding a tiny space. The tunnel wasn't access to gold veins, but it made travel easier, right? Right, yeah. Yeah. You can totally plant a deed down to block other people, and that's totally within the rules. If they didn't deed it and you deed it first, it's yours. I know it kind of sucks, but all coastal areas were taken. Well, it depends on when you looked. I don't know exactly when I looked, but it was definitely a few months after the server opened. Hey, Mr. Ghostragger. Happy Friday to you as well. Welcome on in. Hope everything's well. Oh, okay. I'm writing stuff down on this report. Let me just double check it. Pyro's land report. Read the report. See what it says. I think I'm just putting more information onto it. Oh, not very much information, that is. I still haven't recorded the village founder abandoned for or inhabited for. I think it was 2 years or maybe 1 year. Okay. I mean, I'm almost certain that after that amount of time, there will be abandoned spots to take. Not everybody claimed a spot and took it and held it for a whole year or more. Sure, there's abandoned spots at that point, but I wonder if you're like excluding places that were constructed and abandoned. No, you're saying the whole coast of all of Xanadu. I find this hard to believe. It might have been true that the coast where you were looking. Oh, I'm sure that there are people like that. I'm not denying that there are people who pay for upkeep long after they play. I do that sort of thing. But not everybody. Not everybody. I've been settled here since these servers opened, the new ones. And of all the people that planted a deed in the first months of the server opening, I think there's only 3 of us in this area left that have a deed still. And there's people who like come and go, like, you know, plant deeds over top of other deeds that were once there. Okay, I think I'm going to stop this now. Let's check the... Pause that. Okay. 8 minutes, and I gained 1.166 skill. An average, if I kept going for an hour, it would be over a point. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, you did too, because you know I'll return. Yeah. You're surprised Casper is in the stream today. Isn't this her all-time favorite game being played and her all-time favorite streamer? Maybe. I haven't I don't know if Cats knows that I'm streaming, but most likely Casper is sleeping right now. That's my guess. Yeah. Unfortunately, due to time zones, like right now where Casper is, it's probably 3 a.m. Yeah. So whenever she does catch my stream, it's because she's staying up way too late. Yeah, you remember sailing across the coastline of the whole server and only mountain skirts weren't deeded, which had no land on them. Yeah. I find it hard to believe that you sailed across the whole server, though. Hey, it's Lazarus.
Hello, how are you?
Need a lift? She's walking very slow. This is her deed, but she needs to walk all the way probably to that spot over there. Next, okay, let me just add. 1 second. Command, can be passenger. Apply changes, close. Should be working. Good. Look fully loaded. Yeah, 3 a.m. in Finland. Yeah, I know. Desperately looking for a good spot. I know how it is looking for a good spot and not being able to find it. When I first started the game, I was on Deliverance. Deliverance is a much smaller deed. You know, exactly the strongest goal, yeah. Just purchased them from the stables. Hey. Very welcome. Glad to see you still playing. Yeah, it's been a while. Lazarus made this whole, like this nice little inn and this deed, and it's a very beautiful deed. I'm off on an archaeology adventure. See you soon. Indeed. Yeah, so like as I was saying, I started on Deliverance, and I started playing this game in 2012 in February. Deliverance had launched 2011 in December, so I started the game 3 months late. We spawned in on Deliverance, and the first thing I did was go to the coast, get on a little boat that we somehow apprehended from somebody who didn't lock their boat, and sailed around the entire coast of Deliverance. Now, the outside coast of Deliverance is sort of disconnected from the inside, so, you know, Deliverance is not a very big server. So the entire coast was 100% fully taken by that point. This over here was my old deed. Let's see if anybody took it. Nope. I don't think so. Okay. So I can probably get the... do archaeology right here. I actually think the deed went further back than this. Let's just kill the spider before... Yep, indeed. Yeah, so this deed over here was my farming deed for my priest. And also the deed to hold my priest, because this game has this weird mechanic which discourages people from joining deeds together. The more people in a deed, the harder it is to maintain the bonuses, the deed bonuses. I guess they figure that if you have more people on the deed, then you have more people to contribute to the deed bonuses. Problem is that if all your characters are alts, it's still just you. So it's not like you can contribute more to the deed bonuses that way. I did plant a bunch of oaks here, and the oaks look like somebody came by and chopped them down. How rude. I had an oak farm here. Okay, I'm just gonna bury this corpse. One of the first things we did on this deed, Brian and I, was we built this chessboard, and we played a game of chess on it on stream. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Of course, I won. How's my coffee doing? 37 minutes. Okay. So, oh, somebody left their creature cage down there. I think I'm going to start in the back corner here. This way, I'll just know where I am on this whole thing, and I'll go this way. So, in fact, I think the deed went further than this. I could be wrong. Let's try our lower quality trowel, and I'm just going to do this for a little bit, maybe 8 minutes as well. Let's how do I reset this? So here's what I'll do. I will take a screenshot of it. Hold on to that in there. Close it. I'll start a new session. And we will use the smaller trowel here. What's happening? The area looks clean. Somebody went through this already recently? I don't know. Hey, Figurehead, what's going on? Welcome on in. How do you play chess on that? Bulls, cows, horses, etc.? No, we had statues, you know, of all the different kinds. And, you know, we had I think there was a soul demon for the bishops, and like we had two sides, the dark side and the light side. And I can't even remember all the pieces. But, you know, there was a statue of a nymph for the queen, and statue of a troll for the king on the dark side. Yeah. Maybe Feyran here will remember all the pieces that we used. And then we used a statue of a boy and a girl for the pawns. We might have had to use a mailbox for the rooks. Can't remember if there was any other interesting ones that we used. But yeah, that was about it. That was how it went. And then we would push them. Like we would literally just push them. Yeah, you'd have to watch the video. Yeah, we did make a video of it. It was all filmed. And Feyran, you were here when I mentioned I was the one who won that, right? How come I still haven't gotten the... Maybe it's... Okay, so how's the skill gain going? Let's look. Hold on. I haven't even gotten a skill tick in archaeology. Okay, so this trowel is definitely not doing what it should be doing. And that's also probably the reason why I haven't gotten... Let's switch to this fragment. Oh, and I do need to empty my inventory. For some reason, I didn't do that yet. Yeah, you'll have to watch the video. Hey, Dargoon, what's going on? You see, I came back to my old love. Yep, I did. I totally did. Yeah, right now what I'm doing is working on some archaeology. Okay, so I think we got our answer to the fact that archaeology requires high quality trowels. In order to skill up. The low quality trowel did nothing. And then the moment I switched back to the high quality trowel, I started getting skill ticks again. Now the way archaeology works in this game, if you don't know, you're collecting these fragments. Some are got injured there. Some of them are unidentified. Some of them are automatically identified. And that's just due to the fact that my skill is high enough that randomly some of them will be identified. The ones that are unidentified, I'm going to have to brush them off using other tools and using another skill called restoration. Right now I'm just collecting. Now, the way that archaeology works is that you have to go to sites that were once deeds that have been abandoned or they fell. And then you do archaeology on them, and if you have an archaeology journal with you filled with blank paper, then it will... Oh, I forgot to bring the satchels. I'm an idiot. How am I going to carry all my archaeology fragments without the satchels? Oh, I know what I could do. I know what I could do. Wait. Somebody left a pile of pebbles here just for me. Nice. It's exactly what I needed. I was about to say, I could just make some pebbles right here. But somebody left pebbles right here because they knew that I'd be here, thinking, why didn't I bring all my pottery bowls? What are the pet bowls for? Well, I was gonna make a bunch of pet bowls just so that I can put them in my cart and fill them with the archaeology fragments that we're picking up. And the reason is because pet bowls are really easy to make. You just need a log, and you take a carving knife, and you literally just carving knife on a log, and it comes out as a pet bowl. Most other things require a little bit more stuff. Like if I wanted to make pottery bowls, I would have to, gather the clay and turn all the clay into clay bowls, and then I'd have to fire them up in a kiln. Whereas pet bowls, you could just carving knife on log, pet bowl. So I was like, I can just cut this tree down and make a bunch of pet bowls when I spotted all the pile of pet bowls sitting there. Now, if you're asking what are the pet bowls for, really? Like what? Like in the game, if you were to make pet bowls, what would you make them for? If you fill the pet bowls with food, then the animals on your deed will automatically seek out the pet bowls to feed themselves. So that's what they're intended for. But I'm going to use them to hold all of my archaeology fragments that I'm picking up here. Whoops. There we go. All right. Any animal? I'm actually not knowledgeable enough about pet bowls to know exactly how they work. It was added with the animal husbandry change that happened when they added donkeys, and when they added like all the new ways that the traits were done. Now I never got into animal husbandry at all. Especially after the change. What? There was a deed named Bear Shark Forge here? No. When? When would that have been? So I planted a deed right here, like a couple weeks into the server launch, and there wasn't a deed here before that, right? Like it couldn't have been, right? If I'm gonna be deeding, maybe it was a few weeks into the server launch. I don't know. I may be fuzzy on the details here. It might have been actually a little bit longer in, but I'm pretty sure I deeded here before anybody had deeded here. The deed did fall. Oh, that reminds me. I do recall somebody did ask me permission to deed here after my deed fell, so maybe we'll get enough information. But here's the guilty thief report. Hawken is another deed that was here. And I don't, if I had a, okay, so let's take Fizzlebang Buff out of here, and let's put in another blank report, a blank paper, into the archaeology journal. Let's see, how many deeds ended up in this spot? Hawken, the guilty thief was mine. What was the name of the other one that it just said before that? Mackinac Terrace. This place has a lot of deeds on it. Okay, so let's take out another one that I don't recognize. Sandstone Hot Tub. Let's take that one out and put another papyrus sheet in. You know what I need? And does anybody in here know about archaeology enough to know, what if I was holding 2 journals? If one journal filled up, would the next journal start getting populated? Is it just I needed another archaeology journal? I mean, the other thing is my archaeology journal is so low quality. So maybe if I increase the quality, it can hold more paper. I think that's a thing. Yeah, I don't know. You're an internet guy. You know everything. No, I guess the question is more directed to those who are Wurmians, who have done archaeology before. I haven't done all that much archaeology, despite the fact that my skill in archaeology is pretty high. The most amount of archaeology I've done is, like, most of the skill came from me just doing this and not worrying about the reports or combining the fragments or doing anything with them. I got my skill up specifically because of the Halloween event that they ran a couple years ago, or it might have been 3 years ago. And they added fragment rewards to the event. And so at that point, I'm like, oh, I guess I'm going to go do some archaeology now. And I at first, I did the whole event with no journal. I didn't have a journal at all. I was just picking up these fragments, not understanding what I was doing. And then later I found out, okay, if I have a journal with paper in it, it will fill out these reports. And those reports can result in a cache that has higher level fragments in them with better stuff. That sounds like I wish I could be an archaeologist instead of a math teacher. I don't know about that. Mackinac Terrace. Okay, so Hawken and Mackinac Terrace. Let's read and see. Okay, I still have no information about Mackinac. And the person who founded this one is named Romy. That does not ring a bell. that person's name. Yeah, I know. I totally know. Yeah, hope everything's doing well with you, Dargoon. I don't know. I can't remember. Were you here at the end of the last stream? You must have been. I think you saw me messing around in Wurm. Can't remember 100% though. I only was on here for like less than an hour at the end of the last stream, and yeah, you were okay. So you got to see sort of like what it looked like. You know, I am kind of I've been logging into Wurm a little bit recently. It all started with the whatchamacallit, the Black Friday sale. Fabian will be interested to know if he's still here that I did end up spending a little bit of money to get some silver for the Southern Freedom Isles so that we could put the upkeep into the labyrinth. So the labyrinth has well over 500 days in it again. So that's much with enough time that next the next sale that they do, the next Black Friday sale, we'll still have lots of time. And furthermore, I bought a gold, but only put 30 silver into the upkeep to get it to that point. And so yeah, we have enough money to make it last if we need it. Yeah, and all that money's on your old tune, so in case you ever check in on it. When NFI servers were made, they added a lot of fictitious deeds info to allow for skilling archaeology. Oh, guess that's still there. That totally makes sense. That's probably where some of these are coming from. Yes, that makes sense. I remember them mentioning that now. They had to add a whole bunch of fictitious deeds so that you could actually do archaeology on the first day. Because you can only do archaeology on abandoned deeds. And on a fresh server. I guess they never really thought about that. They didn't add a new server before? Like, after the archaeology update? I'm just trying to think, like, did they ever have to... Did they do this for another server? Let me think. What was the most recent server besides the new servers that got opened? Was it Xanadu? Yeah, and Xanadu definitely launched before the archaeology update. Pretty certain of that. So maybe they never had that issue. Well, it would be nice to get the little token for this deed here, the guilty thief, to commemorate it. So Feyran, did you see anything about this new update that they did about these like foliage items? Undergrowth. There's like a brand new update. It completely replaces foraging and botanizing. You saw a picture? Yeah. So like you no longer can forage or botanize on the ground anymore. The only places that you can forage and botanize are on these like little nodes. Like that undergrowth node that I just passed that I can't target from this distance. Which is kind of interesting. This one is a snow pile that spawned before winter ended. Winter just ended. So all the snowballs are also only obtainable through these piles. Budo was in here just earlier and he mentioned that there's going to be a update soon to all this, or at least we're going to get some information about how we're going to progress from this spot. There's been a lot of feedback about this update, and there's quite a few people who are a little bit less than happy about how it went. To me, it makes no difference. Like, I would say that I am completely indifferent to this update in the sense that I never foraged and botanized before this update, and I don't think I'm gonna start now. I shouldn't say never. There was a time in the long past I did work on my botanizing skill specifically to gather enough woad for blue dye. But that was way back on Deliverance. And at some point, another update made that grind obsolete, because you are now able to plant woad in a planter and use your gardening skill instead to grow the woad. So now I can make 90 quality woad whenever I want. So after that, I never foraged or botanized unless, of course, I started a brand new character. Of course, brand new characters need the forage and botanizing. And I have the sense that the reason why they added this new system was specifically for the new characters, like new people. So that like a new person coming in who wants to, who needs to sort of like gather that initial sort of bit of stuff, like your first wemp fiber, your first bits of cotton and all that stuff like that. When we first started on this server, that foraging and botanizing in that first day was how we got all the initial stuff to start out. But then after that first like initial little bit, you don't really forage or botanize ever again. Do you get more skill on them? Okay, so this is what I know. I don't think if I walked up to one of those nodes right now and foraged and botanized them, I don't think I get more skill. However, they did add the ability to get more skill if you have Circle of Cunning on both your gloves, on your gloves. And they kind of did this weird thing where they said, like, if you have 100 Circle of Cunning on one glove and no Circle of Cunning on the other glove, that the effective Circle of Cunning would be the average of the two. So you'd only have 50 Circle of Cunning. So in order to gather these nodes with 100 Circle of Cunning equivalency, you would need 100 on both your gloves. But people are saying that with that adjustment, so like if you wear Circle of Cunning gloves, then you can actually get better skill than in the old system that way. So there's that. Now, of course, new players, right? The people for whom this system is for are not going to have a pair of 100 quality, like 100 Circle of Cunning gloves. Hey, Gaffer, what's going on? Glad to see you here. Welcome on in. As you can see, I am not investigating the new nodes at the moment. We're discussing the new stuff, but I'm actually working on some archaeology here. You are the perfect person to come in, though, because I have some questions about archaeology. And from what I understand, you are very knowledgeable in archaeology, if I remember correctly. Now, if only I can remember my questions. Right. One question is, if I have 2 archaeology journals in my inventory, both are filled with reports, or like both are filled with paper, and then one of the first archaeology journal, all the reports get used up, does it then switch over to the next journal? Like, can I carry 2 journals and it will populate both of them? You have a blank stare. But I'm almost certain you know the answers to these questions. that was one of my questions, like, because I'm sitting here with a full, and the way I'm dealing with it, I'm just removing reports from the journal so I can create more reports. Okay, you've carried 2 journals before? Okay. And then my next question about that was, if I increase the quality of my journal, does it allow me to carry more reports in that journal? I want to see what the guilty thief report so far is. So, wow. So Griphyth was the founder. Xander was the last mayor, so that's my priest. And it's been abandoned for 7 Wurm years. Boy, that's almost a full year. I think, is it 8? 8 to 1 is the ratio for real life years to... Oh no, my coffee. That's my little Wurm assistant message saying your coffee is about to expire. Nice helmet. Who's looking? Hi, Vaff. You don't know that one? Let me have a look at yours. Okay. So like currently I have, let's see, 22 pages in this one, but it's only an 8 quality report. So I'm like, is it worth it to like increase the quality of that, or is it better to just get another one? It's you. Okay. Hi, Solon. Thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. I think I've reached the edge of the guilty thief. This tile right here looks like the edge of it, because I did plant a little farm deed just on the outskirts in the perimeter of my deed. And it says I can't find any traces of... yeah, I can't find any traces of a settlement. So I'm just going to turn off my sleep bonus. Whoops, I had it. Oh, I had it off already. Okay, apparently. And it seems straightforward. Before, in a set area, you have X number of tiles for skill opportunity. Now you have Y number of nodes for skill opportunity, adjust accordingly. Yes, but you know, there's some people who are like talking about edge cases. Obviously, these are like extreme edge cases. So somebody was saying, I live on a island that's basically like 20-ish by 20. Before, I would be able to forage and botanize that whole 400 tile area and sustain myself perfectly fine. And now there's only like 3 or 4 nodes spawning on my island. And when I collect those 3 or 4 nodes, I have to wait a whole day before I get 3 or 4 more nodes. Therefore, in order for this to work for me, I have to go sailing off my island now to go do some forage and botanizing. Okay, obviously, it's an edge case. Not that many people are living on a 20 by 20 island. Okay, you have 74 reports in a 74... Okay, 64 reports in a 74 quality journal. If that helps me, that does help. Okay, so that means I should probably get my journal improved rather than make another journal, because 2 of these low quality journals will only hold 44. But if I get a 74 quality journal, it can hold 64 reports. That's really good amount of reports. And yes, quality of journal determines number of reports. Okay. What island am I on? I am on Melody. This is Melody. The other case that I think is less edge case and more affecting almost everybody is the problem of snowballs. But I was mentioning the problem with snowballs earlier on the stream, and Buddha was in here. I don't know if Buddha's still here, but he mentioned they are going to be looking into... Let me just see if I can scroll up enough to see what exactly his wording was. Let's see. Nope. It doesn't go back that far. Okay, so Buddha was saying something about that they're going to be releasing some information soon about adjustments to the update. Okay, so this is Libela's Oasis report. So this deed fell while I was away. So this one here was, who was it that landed here? I wonder if we'll be able to see the founder. They're going to fix everything. Exactly. But the issue with snowballs is that now snowballs, you can't collect snowballs on all tiles anymore. You actually have to find the snow piles that accumulate during this winter, and they don't really accumulate that much. I think I checked in the little area that I usually collect snowballs. I think there was 2 piles or something like that. Each pile gave me 4 snowballs, and then after that I would have had to go searching elsewhere for more snowballs. Whereas in the past I would just use this little 10 by 10 little area, and I would gather all the snowballs I would need for the whole year. Yeah, you easily got enough snowballs to fill 2 larders. Yeah, you live on a big desert though, or big area. In my area, it's a very limited, there's a limited amount of tiles. So like if you take a look here, I live in this spot right here. So it's not like a huge, and this is one of the small servers, right? So it's like not a huge swath of land. And in the past, what I would literally do is just go outside my building, go behind there, which was a little like 5 by probably 15, probably about 100 tiles ish of just like trees that we planted between 2 deeds. I think it's the 5, can't remember if it's 5 or 10 tiles. It's whatever the requirement for perimeter. It was the perimeter between 2 deeds. So I guess that's 10 tiles. Yeah. So it was a 10 tile width, maybe 15 tiles long. And it was just filled with trees. And I would just go up and down there. I wouldn't even need to go to the whole little area. And I would collect enough snowballs for the whole summer. So I went into that same area, up and down that whole area, and collected 8 snowballs. And none of them were 99 quality. And so I would have to go outside of the spot I would normally go, and probably travel all the way to where I am now. Like there's a snow pile there, and a snow pile. There was a couple snow piles I passed back there. Yeah. You found 10 to 15 snow piles on your deed, not many 99 quality, right? Like I feel like if it's less than 80 quality, it's not going to last the year, right? Okay, this was at Castle Island. Okay. I know. I'm not like so snowballs were OP in the past. I really feel like there was something wrong with snowballs in the past. Maybe they shouldn't have been so easy to collect before. Maybe this nerf was intended to be. But the reality is that this will probably make people not use larders as much anymore. Unless Gaffer, you're right that it's actually not as big of a deal as I'm mentioning. I don't know, except for the experience I just had, which was I went into my regular snowball collecting area and could not find more than 8 snowballs. None of them were 99 quality. And so it's just a difference. So maybe the strategy needs to change. Maybe I will need to travel farther before being able to collect enough snowballs. But I'm not sure how to keep those snowballs without decay. Like how did you, let's say you go out on your cart or whatever and travel around to collect 100 snowballs. I know in the past you got about a 2-minute timer with a snowball in your inventory before it decays, so you would maybe put it in your cart to make it last a little bit longer, but nonetheless it will decay unless you get it into the ice box. What was your experience with that? How is it with snowballs? Do they decay still as fast as they used to? There's some wildflowers. Those are the ones that can have the white dotted in them, I think. Yeah, more silver used on large magic chests. You don't, yeah, you could. You didn't notice any change in the decay rate? Okay, so how did you manage to get all the snowballs back to your deed then? Did you use a large magic chest or a small magic chest or something to prevent the decay, or did they last the journey? Because I'm now imagining to get the 100 snowballs for my larder, I'm probably going to need to spend about an hour now to collect them all. I'm guessing. It's approximately. You just picked up snow on your way back after botanizing notes, and they didn't decay by the time you got back? Okay, I'll have to... I'm going to go this way. Yeah. One time you got a tiny decay tick. Okay. There's a wild hell horse just sitting there. Hold on. Let's just turn off my... Oh, dang it. I didn't have my sleep bonus on. I'm just going to run to that snow pile right there. Let's see what happens. Let's see if I can make it back to my cart with the snowball. Or however many snowballs I get. Ooh, that was a 96 quality snowball. That's really close to 99. Okay, I got 2 snowballs from that node. That's not that many. Let's see, can I make it back to my cart without it decaying? Can just climb this hill. Oh, nope, I don't want to dig. I want to auto walk. You did have to make many trips to bring home enough to fill the larder, but I was going back out anyway. Right, yeah. Like my experience before was once a Wurm year, I would spend 10 minutes and I would have 199 quality snowballs. That was my experience before. So I'm wondering like if I can mimic that in the new system. Can I spend 10 minutes collecting snowballs once a year? I have a feeling the answer to that is no. Could be wrong. My sense is it's going to take me more than 10 minutes. Yeah, no way, yeah. So I know like when people like you came in and said like I had no trouble collecting snowballs, but I think that's relative, right? Like you had no trouble because you were kind of already out and you were kind of already exploring the botanizing stuff. But for somebody who's, let's say, not interested in the botanizing stuff, all they want is to collect 199 quality snowballs. So they're just going to go out with the sole purpose of 199 snowballs. How hard is it to do that now? Like, what kind of decay are on this? Like, can I get out there, get 100 quality, and make it back before all my snowballs melt, for example? Yeah, you piggyback on other things, yeah. Whereas I'd rather it be like I'm just gonna go get my snowballs and be able to get them all, you know? I mean, it could be that the devs want it to take more than 10 minutes to get your 199 quality snowballs. Maybe they want to nerf it. Like it would be okay in my mind if they came out and just said, we felt that snowball collection was way too easy before. It was way easy to get 199 quality snowballs that will last you the whole year. It, you know, barely took you any time to do that before. We felt that it would be better for the game as a whole if it was more of an effort for the payoff that you get from the larder. And so we're making this change so that it balances the game. Like if they came out and said that, I'd probably say, oh, okay, I understand that reasoning. Snowballs were way too overpowered before. It was really easy to get 199 quality snowballs before. Yeah. I wonder if that's what was in their mind. Like, were they thinking that sort of thing? Let's see. Do we know who owned this deed again yet? I'll recognize the name the moment I see it. Quentin. Of course it was Quentin. Okay, and it fell 10 years ago. 10 worm years ago. Kind of feel that, okay, so somebody had mentioned they did an archaeology update sometime recently. And I remember in that archaeology update, there was like, they added something to indicate that the report was ready. I forget what that was. Does it become like renamed or something? Well, we'll see. We'll see when it gets to that point. I think it gets renamed. Yeah, we'll just see how. I'm kind of curious to know if those snowballs will make it home. Can I make it home with those snowballs? Will they last like an hour or two in the cart? Which is kind of like the time frame I'm kind of imagining I'm going to need to get 199 quality snowballs. I don't know how anybody's going to get 199 quality snowballs under this system. But as I said, Buddha said he was going to, that things are getting changed. So maybe, I wonder how they're going to change it. Are they going to make it so that during snow there's going to be way more piles? Or are they going to change it so that each pile will give way more snowballs? It gets tagged with complete or some such. Okay. Okay, so keep my eye open for that. Whoops, I got these ones already. Mints. Interesting. You know, I know people are complaining about the outline, but I actually really like the outline. I really like it. Like you see how like now the hen, when I highlight over the hen, the outline is like kind of glowy even. I think it looks real sharp, like really nice. And then they also said that the outline now takes a lot less memory. You rebel. In what way? How am I a rebel? Just by saying I really like the outline? How does that make me a rebel? There are some changes in this game that I really, really do appreciate. I really like so the reason they said that they did the outline change was because the old outline would look awful on these little tiny pieces that are sticking up. Like it would look all jagged and pixelated. So now it looks a little bit more glowy and flowy with the item. Yeah. So I actually really like that. And I know not everybody liked it. I've heard some people complaining about how they don't like how it looks all glowy. But to me, I think it looks great. So kudos to whoever got that in there. In fact, even on the straight, you see how like you used to, on any of the diagonal lines, it used to be so pixelated. Like it didn't look at all like a straight line. It just looked like a jagged thing. But now they got the lines to look nice and straight and smooth. It's almost like they added ultra anti-aliasing to it. You like the new outlines? You changed it to a yellow color? Yeah, I definitely need to change the color. I kind of haven't done that stuff yet. But I definitely need to change. My personal preference is like a. Here, let's. Of course, don't have any more room in my inventory. But hold on, let's change it to. Kind of looks pinky in this. Oops. Is there a way to like get an RGB color? No. Okay. have to restart the client. Okay. Interesting. Okay, well, let's change it to the color that I like anyway. I like it to be this kind of like ugly, browny, orangey, pukey color. That's kind of my preference. Somewhere in here. Actually, not quite there. Hold on, let me just get this color to be nice, a little bit brighter. Yeah, something more like this. But yeah, but I'm gonna have to restart. Oh no, it changed it. Okay, yeah, that's the color I like. Yeah. And then I need to empty my inventory. I'm holding too many. What? Three fit in there? Okay, hold on. Let's put it into my toolbox. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. You had to restart? Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, so you changed it to a yellow color. Okay, so that's actually similar. I like it to be this color because it's still nice and visible, but it's less bright than the white or like a blue. Like the blue is like just too much. It's a little bit more. It's less noticeable. Yeah, that's why I like it. But it's noticeable enough. I tried a purple, like a faded purple, for a little bit, but there were some instances where I couldn't even see it at all. So that didn't help. Okay, where's my cart? Did I leave my cart over? Forget already. Where did I leave my cart? I'm walking really slow. Oh, it's all the way over there. Huh. Okay. Let's drop the shaft and plank. Actually, I'm gonna hold on to the plank one. You know what? The shaft one as well is one of those ones that if I get a rare fragment, it would be nice to have a shaft one. And this ore fragment can go. Okay. Here's the problem is that any one of these could be a really good fragment. It's like, I don't want to get rid of them. All right, I'll just walk really slowly over to my cart. We'll use the hills. Animal burrow. Okay, and here's the mine. Can use the mine to not get damaged. Okay. And into the pet bowls you go. I feel like I had some up here too. Oh, I probably took them out. Yeah. Okay, I am almost at the end of this deed in terms of like tiles to do. So I don't think I'm going to turn on my sleep bonus here. I think I got all these ones. And it's just the connecting. Yeah, it's like maybe just this little strip here. Yeah. So we'll go to a few more locations that are just down the road. Would I recommend Wurm Online or Wurm Unlimited? Well, that all depends on what you want. Wurm Online is the official, like if you play Wurm Online, you'll be playing on the official servers, the ones that are run and owned and kept by the official dev team. Wurm Unlimited is more like, player created servers. And the other thing to know about Wurm Unlimited is that it is no longer receiving updates and has not been receiving updates for quite some time now. So it's kind of like a time capsule in that it's as Wurm was however many years ago, 6 years ago, 5 years ago, something like that. That's as Wurm was at that time, except for because it's kind of like player created servers, people have the ability to mod their servers. So they will have updated their servers with mods to give it a new sort of experience. So I don't know. I really don't know the answer to this. Wurm Unlimited is a one-time fee. You pay for the game, you own it for life. You can join people's public servers, you can create your own servers, you can play on a private game, you can play a game with your friends, and you will not have to pay another cent after that unless you want to donate to some of the servers. And some of the servers have paid items that you can purchase and that sort of stuff. Wurm Online, on the other hand, is a free to try kind of game. They call it free to play, but it's a premium subscription. So once you get to a certain point, you're going to feel the need to pay for premium. So there's that. In addition, on Wurm Online, you have to pay to rent, like to sort of place a deed and to pay for your upkeep monthly. But on the other hand, you can earn silver in game by trading with other players and by doing certain actions that reward you with silver. You wouldn't be paying that much to warrant a sub. So the thing about this game is it's a slow-paced game. So if you're not planning to play all that much, so there's two options here. Pick up Wurm Online. It's free to try. You'll be at the same level as every other player who's joining the game, even paid ones, for the first little bit. Everybody's skill starts at 1. Even free players have no restriction on raising your skills from 1. The restriction comes when you hit 20. So once your skills hit 20, a free-to-play player can no longer progress their skills. Now 20 seems like a high number, but it's actually relatively low. Skills go from 1 to 20, but as you get higher and higher, skilling up gets slower and slower and slower. So I would say 1 to 50 is pretty quick. 50 to 70 is probably just as long. 70 to 90 is probably just as long from 1 to 70. And it kind of goes like that. If you're interested in seeing what it's like, I totally would just pick up Wurm Online because it's free to try. Costs nothing to try it. Whereas Wurm Unlimited, you'd have to pay for it to try it. If you like Wurm Online, but don't want to pay for the subscription, but you're willing to now, like you like it enough that you're willing to put some money in, but you're not interested in long-term subscription-based payments, then maybe Wurm Unlimited is something to try. The one thing about Wurm Unlimited, as I said, is that it hasn't been developed in the last little while, so any of the updates that Wurm Online has, which are relatively plentiful, won't be available in Wurm Unlimited. Like one of them that is make or break for some people is that Wurm Online used to be first person only. So you would be playing this game like this the whole time. Okay, so it used to be first person only, and then they added third person, but it was after they stopped developing Wurm Unlimited. So Wurm Unlimited is still stuck in first person mode. I could be wrong, but maybe somebody's come up with a mod. I don't know, to fix that. So you came from unlimited to online. You would recommend to try online first. Yes. I mean, if only for the fact that it's free to try online first, I would say that would be a good enough reason to try it. You don't have to pay anything to try it. And I've known some people who played for a very long time exclusively on free to play. They did not care that their skills were no longer going up. They enjoyed the heck out of it enough that they just kept playing with their skills capped. But then the other thing to know is that you can pay for premium using in-game currency. So if you somehow are able to muster, I think it's even 5 silver by trading with other players, or by, you know, I would have used to say foraging and botanizing, but I have no idea how this new foraging and botanizing update that they just dropped will affect collecting silvers. Anybody know the answer to that? Can you still get coin from the new foraging, like from the new nodes system? Yes, you still get coins. Okay. Are they at like an equivalent rate as before? Curious to know what they did there. Let me just double check. I probably already had double view. Yeah. Seems similar for the time spent. Okay. The only bad thing about free to play is that you never get skilled enough for the large cart. Right. So, right. They cap your skills at 20, and there are quite a few of things that get unlocked after that. So you won't ever be able to ride a horse or a cart. Most of the boats you won't be able to drive. There might be 1 or 2 boats that you can drive. None of the carts, and none of the you won't be able to ride horses, but you can ride donkeys and mules, I think, and cows. I'm trying to think. The other limitations are you won't be able to build, because the size of the houses that you're able to build is determined by your skill. So you won't be able to build large houses. You might be able to build a 2-story small house, but not much more than that. You won't be able to build stone structures. That unlocks at 30. But at least it'll give you like a good idea about the game. You'll probably, after that little bit, you probably will know whether or not this is the game that you kind of want to keep going in or not. For some people, this is the game. So some people will try the game out and go, where has this game been my entire life? I am willing to put my entire fortune into this game. Maybe not that extreme, but for me, I don't mind paying for this game. I have gotten enough enjoyment out of this game that I feel like the enjoyment I've gotten far outweighs the amount of money I spent. And furthermore, a lot of the, as I said, you can trade for silver in the game, and then you can use silver to do all sorts of things, such as pay for your upkeep, pay for premium. So you don't really have to pay anything if you get deep into the game. A lot of people play that way. A lot of people don't ever have to pay real life money at all and fund all their playtime using in-game activities that they do. It's not as easy as some people are going to tell you that it is. Some people will say it's really easy to do that, but I'm going to push back on that statement. I think for a new player, it's nearly impossible until you've figured out a lot about the systems that the game has to offer. You kind of have to find a niche that you are interested in pursuing, that you can work hard at, and you might spend a lot of time working on making enough money to pay for premium, let's say. I've never really played that to that extent. I've always just played the game. I've paid for premium enough that I don't have to worry about making the money, and then I'll make the money on the side by doing things that I enjoy doing. And with some knowledge, you can get to the point where you're making enough money. So there's that. If that sounds fun to you, then that's another plus for Wurm Online. How am I doing here? 53. I probably should, while I'm on this side, drop off these fragments at my cart. Where is this? Double view. Okay. So the double view report. So the flag is located. It's located. So I'm going to get a direction. Okay, they changed the wording here. I like the change of the wording. It's close to the southwest. It used to be close to in front of you to the left, and then you'd be like, wait a minute, which way was I facing? And then there was a big bug where it actually wasn't relative to where you're facing, and you had to go into first person mode and read the report again and get the direction, and then it would tell you the correct. But now they do it based on the cardinal directions. So here's my compass. Southwest. May have been very close. Very close. I don't know what that means really. But let's move up to the pavement here. And let's do it right here. Get direction. Very close to the south, which is this way. I don't know what very close means. Still very close to the south. Southwest. So still southwest. Here it is. Okay, so this is all, like, this is what archaeology is all about. You go to an abandoned deed and you're digging up and digging and digging, and you're getting all these little fragments until you've collected enough information from all the fragments to get this. Now this, okay, hold on. I kind of want to put this in a separate bag so I can keep these separated. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to rename, oh goodness. I'm going to rename all of these cache. I got these out of a cache. Let's just see. Yeah, so that way when I put them in here, I'll still put them in my bag, tool bag. And then you also get this like little token. And I'll place the token down so we can all see it. Little token, drop it on the ground, place. Is a little tiny deed token. It's like a little statue. You can use it as decoration. I know a lot of people collect these things. What's nice about them is that if, let's say, you had an old deed somewhere that you no longer have, you can go to that spot, do a bunch of archaeology to collect the token, and then that token is sort of like a little memory of that place that you once lived in. Yeah, I really like it. Now, double view, I have no idea who lived here before. Like, no idea whatsoever. Okay, that means I also can probably place another sheet in there. Yep. Okay. Open. Where are the pet bowls? Okay. What was that? What was that? There is more space I could keep going, and this down there. I think all that area is down there as well. But I think I'm gonna move on to the next one because we just got the cache. Don't want to start a brand new report on this place. I'd rather continue a report I already have. Look at this place, actually. This place was not here before. This is new. That castle down there looking thing. Now that deed was there, but this building here was not. I want to get closer to see what those things are at the top. They look like braziers. Go over there. Ooh, they did a lot of digging. This is all rock. Valden's Mental Institution is what it's named. Oh, coffee. I'll probably need to eat a little bit too. And I'm gonna, on the next one, I gotta not forget. Don't forget to turn on sleep bonus. Valden's entry. And there's a person named Breezy in local. Nah. I am not going to the Rift tomorrow. I am not that big on Rifts. I've been to a few Rifts. Let me just see. Will the journal tell me how many Rifts I've been to? Maybe. Maybe not, because I don't think I've opened up the last journal entry. Yeah. Unless it's in this one. No. I've probably been on this character to 6 or 7 rifts. And the one thing I don't like about rifts is that they're like at a specific time. And 99% of the time I can't make it. And the 1% of the time that I can make it, I just don't feel inclined to go on those times. Like, I'll be like, oh, I could actually make it to that rift, but do I want to go to the rift? Eh. And then it will be like 5 months later. Oh, I finally can make a rift. Because it's like at a time that I can play. Do I really want to go to this rift? Yeah, I'd rather do this other thing. So yeah, rifts are just not one of those things that are designed. They're just not designed for players like me in mind. So they're kind of designed for players who have a lot of time to play the game. Yeah. Like the player who comes home from work, let's say, and hops on, plays the evening, and then does that again the next night. I'm just not that player, unfortunately. This place is completely different. What the heck happened here? Okay. So I won't be able to do archaeology here. This used to be a place I used to do archaeology. And then over here also looks different. Let's see if this is deeded still. Sure enough. I leave sure enough. Okay, so sure enough to my right, so I won't be able to do any archaeology there. And what's this? Okay, I probably can do some here. In the perimeter. So this is locked. All right. Not terrible. Yeah, you heard there's a forest giant fight on Melody Sunday as well? Yeah, I'll probably pass on that too. I might be convinced if it was a dragon. But then again, I probably wouldn't be able to make it, right? So there's a very, like, it would be one of these things, like somebody says, oh, there's a dragon slaying on Sunday, let's say, and I'm like, okay, let's see if I can make it, and might be like a 5% chance that I could probably make it, maybe. You know what I wish is that they create something like Rifts, but it is something that you can instantiate, that you can like set it to go. So like, I don't know, it could be something like build this structure that will summon, you know, waves of mobs from Valray. And like to build the structure requires like you and a bunch of alliance mates to like combine forces to put in the 5,000 bricks that are needed or whatever, 5,000 mortar. And like you're building this thing, and then you can like activate the thing and it initiates an event. So you can like collect all your friends, like you can call people over saying, I'm going to start this event over here. It's going to be at this time. This way alliances can plan out events and make sure that they're at a time that most people in the alliance can make. Yeah, that would be really cool if they added something like that. Okay. If I had archaeology report, so I just need, let's take out more of these reports. I'll need to work on this report, scrapyard report. Let's put in a couple more sheets here. Cool idea, says Feyran. I wonder who came up with that. Yeah, like, this was an idea that we had a long time ago for sure. We had fleshed out that idea with lots of detail, way more than we needed to, because we knew that it would never get put in. Goblin camps would have been nice, but they did put a little rift camps back in. Quick few kills and some points if you can find them. So I've been playing this game for I don't know how long, and I've never found one. Ever. Yeah, I've never found one of those before. It'd be cool if I could find one. But they're not findable. You might be lucky to once in a while, like rarely find one, but you've never found one on Freedom. Seems to be more frequent on Defiance, from what I can tell. Okay. Somebody added all these fences in here. Kind of is annoying. I used to be able to archaeology all the way up and down here. The ranch. 6 years, 5 months. Okay, that's relatively recent. But used to be able to go all the way up this step here, like this ramp here, to the upper terraces. Soto's Retreat. Okay, so Soto's Retreat, I have that already. So maybe we'll finish Soto's Retreat. Strange bone fragments. You can, those are only available from the treasure maps. Is that right? You can't get a strange bone fragment from archaeology, can you? How's my archaeology doing? I said maybe we'll get to 77 today. It looks like we're at 76.7 now, so that's not bad. What's happening here? Area looks picked clean. Oh, more picked clean. Yeah, I wonder those rift mini rifts, how common they are. Like, is it that at any given moment there will be one? Like, if I ran around on my server scouring all the spots, I will find one. What will take a few more hours, like to get to the 77? No, I don't think so. We were below 76 when we started this. Yeah, we were below 76. So I'm gonna guess we'll hit 77 in like half hour at most. Keep in mind, for some reason I was an idiot and I did not turn on my sleep bonus for half of it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Got a rare fragment. Of course, it's 5 quality, so let's see about I still have a blank report in here, so there's another Soto's Retreat. I'm hoping to get Soto's Retreat finished here if I can. You know what? I'll go up that way. Nightmare Keep. I also have a Nightmare Keep. Grab this little platform here. I am going to get overloaded here in a second. Yeah, skilling up does take some time, but I am using coffee and sleep bonus and a trowel with, well, the Circle of Cunning just decayed again to 93. But we already got to 76.76. Marauder's Cove. That's another one I have, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so lots of deeds in this spot. I'll be honest, I'm not sure how many of these were actual settlements. Or how many were those fictitious ones that were populated at the beginning of the server. Oh, I missed a local. Oh, it's just a wagoneer. Now there's Soto's retreat. Soto's retreat is probably getting close. Hmm. Okay, let's just go down this path here. And maybe make it back to my cart to unload all this stuff. Easy's following me. Either that or they live right over there. Probably that's the reality. I'm curious to know what that rare one is. This is one like thing about archaeology is that it's super overpowered in the sense that if you get a rare fragment and it is something useful, it is a guaranteed rare item. It's a 100% guaranteed rare item. Botanizing increased to 69.99. Getting there. Did you put circle of cutting on your gloves, Gaffer? Turn this off for a second. Yep, see on both. Yeah. Yep, it seems like that's the way to go. Circle of cutting on both. Like, I wonder, did they expand the botanizing and foraging system? I know that they included some of the holy site crops, guessing as rare drops, but I feel like, I mean, and I'm only getting this stuff from your stream, Gaffer, is that the holy site crops aren't all that useful, right? Unless you found a use for them. Like they just act like new ingredients that allow you to, yeah, they aren't game changing. They just give you a different number for the affinity. Did I get all this? I don't know if I did. Yeah. I wish they did like. So your recollection is that they improved the timer more than an ordinary item. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't think we need more timer though, right? I mean, I make crappy affinity food that gives me a measly 6 hours per bite or something like that. And I'm thinking, I don't need any better than that. Like 6 hours per bite is just already on the upper end of how much I need. Dreamt. Yeah. Yeah. So like I was like, I got my hot food cooking to 59, and then I tested to see how much affinity timer I get, and it's like 6 hours. Boy, I don't need to increase my hot food cooking any more than this. I'm good. I will take 6 hours. And then I switched over to beverage making. Yeah. You know, if they had instead made it so that if you use the special food as ingredients, it will increase skill gain by 2% more per affinity. Like if they did that instead, you know, so that this affinity food will give you not 10% increased skill gain, but 12% increased skill gain. Boy, would everybody be totally all over that stuff, wouldn't they? For the 2% increase, Wormians would go crazy. And it's something they could have easily done something like that, where like, okay, you use this special rare food, you get a benefit that is gonna benefit you ever so slightly, but it's definitely enough to convince you to go seek those things out. I mean, they kind of already went overboard with the coffee. Coffee could have been balanced a little bit better, I think. And I know they did a rebalancing afterwards, so it's only giving you 1.5% skill gain, but that's still 50% increase in skill gain on top of the already multiplied skill gains that we get from Circle of Cunning and Sleep Bonus and all the other things. I think it would have been a better strategy to sort of like add a lot of little things that add little bits of extra percentages. So like coffee's an extra 5%. You know, these special fruits are an extra 5%, whatever. And you start stacking up these 5% instead of stacking 50%. So I think that would have been a better strategy. Because then they can add all sorts of new things and expand all sorts of new systems and not worry too much about breaking the game. I mean, you look at how Wormians are so obsessed with affinities, and affinities are only 10%. People are willing to spend their life savings on a random affinity. It's kind of funny. I wonder why they don't use that kind of stuff. Like you already have the random affinity for marks. Why don't they just random affinity for silvers? Random affinity for real money. They do seem to be trying to come up with new ways to make more money. What do I mean? You barely use affinity food. It's not like I feel like it's a total waste to skill grind without affinity food. Yeah, well, it's not a total waste. Not saying that. What I am saying is that people who play this game eventually get to this point where they feel like, I mean, you start having the means to use affinity food and circle of cunning, and like you start stacking these buffs, and the more and more you're stacking them, you realize the faster and faster your skills are gaining. And so that gives you like, okay, like I want to grind something to 90 now. And you know, if you're not using anything, like let's say you're just using blank tools, no sleep bonus, none of the like, good luck trying to get a skill to 90. Yeah, no, I totally totally understand. Yeah, it almost is a waste of time to grind without anything. Yeah, it would feel like if you're trying to grind and you have nothing on, no sleep bonus, no circle of cunning, no coffee, no affinity food, no buffs to your skill gain, it would feel nearly useless to grind your skill at that point. You know, when you first start, fresh character on a fresh server, let's say, where you know the experience is that like you are making your very first tools and you don't have much going for you. There's no enchantments, there's nobody who can cast, you know, you haven't yet made your bet yet, so you can't make can't get sleep bonus, and you're trying to get that first skill just up to a bare minimum of like whatever you need to get by. I'll be honest, I actually really like that part of the game, especially when everybody's like that. When the servers opened and we all come onto the server and nobody has anything, and it's like, okay, well, I guess I can't even buy a circle of cunning tool, so we're just gonna level this up old school. No enchantments, no sleep bonus. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I'll be honest. I really enjoyed that moment. It's a fleeting moment though with this game. That doesn't last very long. All of a sudden, people are starting to cast Circle of Cunning, and you get your bed within the first week or so. Start collecting sleep bonus. I mean, coffee's a new addition, but boy, does coffee really make a big difference. And I know not everybody's going to want to use coffee. Not everybody does coffee make sense to use. But I think for the player who doesn't have 8 hours a day to grind, let's turn this back on. Coffee is a really good solution for reducing grinding time or getting a little bit farther. You need a 28 to 40 grinding fine carpentry a few days ago. Oh, you did for 28 to 40 fine carpentry a few days ago. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. That's a good amount. And was that was like a one session, 12 points? Yeah, it's a good progress. Yeah, with coffee. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and a full set of circle of cutting tools would have also made a big difference. Like, these bonuses are multiplicative, right? So if you have 100 circle of cunning, that doubles your skill gain. And if you've already sleep bonus doubled and coffee, which is 1.5, you will be getting double times 1.5. You think you like had 2 circle cutting tools? Yeah. Yeah, don't say that now. I need 2 tools. Yeah. I mean, it's 100 circle cutting will double. 90 circle cutting gives you 1.9, and 50 circle cutting gives you 1.5. So it's not like getting 100 circle cuttings makes all that much difference from, let's say, 80 circle cutting. It's like a little difference, but it's better to have 50 circle cutting than no circle cutting by a long shot. And then to get 70 instead of 50 is only marginally more, right? So it's better to get something than nothing. But yeah, circle cutting is, if you have 100 on all your tools, which granted is not easy to get, but if you did, it would be like equivalent of sleep bonus. So sleep bonus doubles, 100 circle cutting doubles, coffee 1.5. Affinity is only 10%, so affinity is only 1.1 times. But you can, if you somehow are lucky enough to get 5 affinities in one skill, that's another 1.5. Being a follower of Venora and inside the influence of Venora is another 10%, I think. Could be wrong about the number. I think it's 10% though. If you somehow are able to get to Path of Knowledge level 11, that's another 25%. So another 1.25. Not many people get there though. I don't know if anybody can verify the Venora follower for me. If it's 10% or if it's... Oh, look, all this space over here. All this space. Okay, so... Well, let's go into this corner. I'm still investigating over there. Marauder's Cove is still over in this area. I actually can probably just grab from this area here. Yeah, this game is all about stacking buffs. And they keep adding more things to stack on top of it all to make everything go that much faster. When coffee first came out, it was a 2 times. It was another 2 times. But they nerfed it to be only 1.5. Which was fair. I really think that was a fair change. Coffee was really overpowered. I forgot to check if after all of that... Hold on, what did I do with it? Put it into the cooking tab. Okay. Oh, Soda's report located. No? What? Hold on. There's 2 Soda reports? That doesn't make sense. Okay, but the Nightmare Keep report located. Maybe somebody had replanted the deed Soda report, Soda's retreat. So maybe there's 2 Soda retreats in the area. Okay, before I can't walk anymore, I'm actually going to turn this off. Where are we in skill now? Yeah, we passed 77 already. Yeah. Yeah, reducing the coffee buff to 1.5 makes you think about whether to use it rather than always choosing to use it. Exactly. Yes. It does put it on that cusp of some people may not want to use it in some instances. East. Very close. Okay, let's go around all this. This whole area used to be a deed, or at least has deed on it. Same with up on top of this hill. So this area would be great. As well, the other thing I want to see is, do these oak trees have sprouts? Because my oak farm that I planted, somebody cut it down. It's kind of annoying. Sickle. I must have a better sickle than this one. Okay, maybe I don't. Pig sprout. Yep. Get some oak sprouts. But I think that the people who will not use coffee when grinding are those people who don't have access to unlimited sleep powder. Okay. That's like one of the conditions. Who is willing to spend hours upon hours grinding. Like they want to spend hours grinding. Like 8 hours, let's say. I'm gonna grind for 8 hours. I don't have enough sleep bonus. Sleep powder to maintain that for whole 8 hours. Or you know, coffee is gonna make it. You know, if you want to grind for 8 hours, you're gonna need 16 hours of sleep bonus on coffee, because coffee makes you use up your sleep bonus twice as fast. So you don't want to spend 16 hours worth of sleep bonus for 8 hours of grinding. You just want to do 8 hours of grinding. Then yeah, you probably won't use coffee in that situation. But I'm gonna guess that the hardcore grinders, those really hardcore ones, all have so much sleep powder they don't even know what to do with it. So they're probably using coffee anyway. You can just eat a sleep powder and... I mean, whoops, that's not what no, don't. Okay, sorry. It doesn't have a pick sprout option. The old ones don't. And you also can't prune it. Okay, I'm overweight here. To the south? Which way is south? I can prune this one. This one's probably overaged, yeah. So south is that way. So it's somewhere in the middle of this pen. Okay. That makes it very old, so not sprouting. Nice unicorn. I think after this little area, we'll go back to the back to the deed, calling it base, because play a lot of 7 Days to Die, and that's where we go back to after we're out and about. Let's do the base. We'll go back to the deed. But I do want to get that cache and just that little area over there. It's a nice little spot to gather more. See, I can pick a sprout here. Tools. I think I put them in here. Okay. I'm just gonna grab the whatever sprouts I can get from these oaks. And maybe I'll put a new oak farm on the deed somewhere. That way it'll be protected. Like the old one was on the deed. It was just not my deed. I mean, it was my priest's deed that I decided to let fall. So, guess I should have expected somebody was gonna take it away. It's kind of annoying that the... Oh, that's on a deed. Okay. I see. So it will actually give me the pick sprout option instead of the disembark option if it's available. Okay, that's nice. Okay, that's in the village. Okay, all the other ones are in the village. Over here, am I leaving? Yeah, okay. I think I checked all these ones already. Okay, this looks like it's gonna have 2 rounds, so I'm gonna just park the cart over here. Oh, actually, before I do that, let's grab this report here. Get direction. South. South is actually this way. Northwest. There you go. Okay, gonna do that same thing. Rename as cache. Put those ones in a different spot. And grab that. Okay, so a lot of these pens actually look like I can just you know, do archaeology inside of them. They look decayed enough anyway. That's good to know for the future. Oh, I needed another blank report. Can I put another one in? No. Okay, so it's Marauder's Cove. What was the other one in here? Soto's Retreat, and it seems like there's 2 Soto's Retreats in this area. I was mentioning on my stream last week about the wagon skin. What are people's feelings about the wagon skin? Curious to know, because I know a lot of people love the idea that they added a wagon skin that removes the canopy. That was like a long requested feature ever since they added third person mode. The wagon always felt terrible after third person mode came in. And then they add this skin. Actually, you know what? Just give me a second. Can I... Is there a store? Stores in here. Okay, silver store. That's an interesting name for that. And it didn't do anything. Okay. Oh. Weird. Was that just a lag? Yes. Okay. There it is. 15 silver. 15 silver for the wagon skin. A skin for a wagon, a fairly large wagon designed to be dragged by 4 animals. Its iconic cotton fabric cover has been tidily rolled up and placed in the back. This item costs 15 coins. Well, so what's the consensus on this thing? I haven't seen much in the way of forum activity related to the wagon skin, other than this one forum post. Let me see if I can find that forum post. I'm not logged in here. How come? Hold on. Okay. This is wider. Okay, let's see if I can find it. I think it was in Town Square. And it was this one. Uncovered wagons is a quality of life feature and should not be a shop item. Okay, so that was the essential feeling. And I feel almost the same, almost identical to this person, that the wagon skin feels like a quality of life improvement that they added to the shop, that you have to pay money in order to get that quality of life improvement. And I think why the argument is sound is because the only reason why the wagon is annoying to drive is because they added third-person mode and did not consider the ramifications of adding third-person mode. Given the fact that when you're sitting on the front of the wagon, the canopy's right behind you, and when the camera goes behind, it just looks at the canopy. You can't see anything in front of you. And it's always felt terrible. It always felt like they just didn't really think about that when they added third-person mode. So the suggestion was, at the time when they added third-person mode, people were just saying, just give us the option to toggle off the canopy. And it shouldn't be that hard of a job, simply because they already have the same wagon skin with no canopy as a model in the game. The Wagoneer drives it. And it seemed like a good suggestion. Like, just give us the option to right click it and toggle it off, and it would just replace it with the Wagoneer skin. That would have solved the problem back then. The devs just didn't do that. They didn't implement that suggestion. I'm not sure what the reasoning was at the time. It's clear now that it was possible because they just did it here. They just added it in now. So it would have been possible, but they didn't. And what has it been? 4 years now? 4 years later, they decide, we're going to add that thing that you all wanted into the game, but it's not going to be a toggleable thing. It'll be a skin that you have to pay silver for, and you apply it to your wagon to permanently take the cover off. You won't be able to put the cover back on, And if you want to do this to another wagon, you're going to need to pay another 15 silver. Right. So we got people. This is a Discord moderator, official Zalo. He's a longtime player. This should definitely have been a toggleable feature opposed to a skin. It would have been a great way to introduce passenger wagons as well. Another highly desired suggestion. The wagon graphic has been in the game for ages. It's what the Wagoneer uses. Why did Wurm choose not to give us a toggle ages ago? The skin proves it would have been super easy to do so. This hypothetical that we were asking for, a toggled, uncovered wagon, was never going to be given. Well, almost never. Be happy we could do it now, albeit in a less desirable way. I'm not saying I agree with what happened. I'm just happy I can finally get rid of the wagon cover. Which is kind of like what I'm saying here is that this is what I'm wondering. Like, how many people agree with Joe Dobo here, which is it's not the best solution. I wish it was a long time ago, but I am happy that they added this. I am glad to pay my money and get an uncovered wagon by paying my 15 silver. I'm curious to know what the consensus is here. I know a lot of people who paid the 15 silver to get the wagon skin. It seems like a lot of people were willing. But my personal position on all this is actually a little bit more unique than this. I agree with all the statements that people are saying, but the other thing that my position on this whole thing is I've always been against skins, period. Now I know this is not a common feeling. Most Wormians are perfectly happy with the skin system. It seems pretty normal in this day and age for games to have skins that you buy. But the moment they added the skin system, I was 100% against the skin system. That very first skin that they added, I thought to myself, this is the end. This is the end to Wurm as I know it, because now it's going to become very microtransaction-y from here on in. Yeah. So I've always boycotted the skins. I've never purchased a single one. I've collected a ton of marks over the years, but I haven't spent a single mark on skins. And I'm going to hold to that position from here on to the end of time. I even almost caved once. Came really close to caving on my commitment to never buy skins. And that was when they released the dragon staff. I wonder if you can buy the dragon staff in the store. Let's see. Can you buy the dragon staff? Skins. I guess these, like, you know, cycle out. Oh, they still have the freaking chair for 12 silver. What the heck? Butcher pack, laborer pack, ancient large chest, agile bow, crow helm, jousting helm. Okay, so these might cycle out. I'm not sure. Yeah, I can't tell if that changes or not, but that dragon staff skin looked so cool. I loved the look of it. And I was like, humming and hawing. I'm like, do I stick to my morals or do I just cave and buy into this system of, I have so many marks I could buy it right now. I could buy 10 of them if I wanted to. Probably buy more than that too. I was sitting on probably 300,000 marks. So however many 300,000 marks could have bought, I could have bought all of them. But I didn't. I decided to stick to my guns and not buy it. And I think if I can make it through that, I think I can make it through this as well. I could probably do without this wagon skin and be perfectly fine. But at the same time, it just really rubs me the wrong way. It really rubs me the wrong way. Like, I'm wondering what will be next. I don't know. Pick another quality of life improvement that everybody would love to have added to the game. I'm sure there's tons of them. And then, would you be okay if they made you pay silver to access that quality of life improvement? Like, are quality of life improvements intended to be something that you pay for one at a time? It's hard to say. Maybe it is. Maybe it's like, okay, you want you want more sleep bonus in your pool of sleep bonus. Pay more money and you get more sleep bonus. Seems like a reasonable thing. I don't know. You want to increase the weight that you can carry. You don't have to skill up anymore. You can just pay money and increase the weight that you carry. I don't know. These are bad examples. But oh, here's one of the wagons. It's the Wagoneer one. That's it right there. That's the Wagoneer. Has always had this wagon here sitting here. And that's been in the game for quite a long time. Probably 2014, 2015. Third person, I think, came in when? 2019? I had to guess. I don't know. Nobody has an opinion on this? I'm the only one who feels strongly about it? I don't know. I wish they just added it as a feature of the game that you can right-click your wagon, remove cover. Chester wasn't coughing? Oh, no worries. I'm just griping about the wagon skin in the store. Like, they added this wagon skin. 15 silver so that you can apply a skin to your wagon. Yeah, you talked about this since I crafted your wagon? Yeah. So you tend to agree with me, the wagon can't be driven in third person. Yes, that's absolutely true. You cannot drive the wagon in third person. I mean, the way everybody does it, I think, now is they just go into first person. Oh, look at that. First person fixed my little glitch of where I was sitting. Okay. So now I know how to fix that. But yeah, wagon is yeah, and it's stupid to monetize it. Yeah. It's... Should have been a wagon setting to hide the cover. Yeah, 100%. Should have been that. I think that it's something that the reason why the wagon is the way it is simply because they added third person without figuring out all the consequences of adding third person. And one of the consequences was the wagon cover was designed in a way that your camera literally looks at the cover when you get onto the wagon. And it should have been at that moment, like when they did that, they should have said, oh crap, that's not good, and then scoured for a solution to that problem. And there was plenty of vocal voices on the forums saying at the time, just use the Wagoneer model. It's like already in the game. You don't have to do anything for it. Just take that same Wagoneer model and make it so that when I right click my wagon, I can toggle it to the Wagoneer model. Like, just do that. They already had the skin system in place. They could have just put it in there somehow. And it would probably not have taken all that much effort to do that at that time. I don't know why. Why didn't it happen at that moment? And hey, Drakeling, it's been a while. How's it going? You share my sentiment Griff completely, including regarding skins. What drew me into this game was that everything in the game was crafted by players, not something purchased at some NPC shop. Exactly. It's not even an NPC shop. It's like a menu UI shop. This is where you buy it. Right here. You buy it right here. It's like you don't even like I would have even been like if they added an NPC shop that you travel to in the world and there's the NPC and they're selling all this stuff, that would have been way better. Yeah, you haven't played since they implemented that? Yeah, this is new. This new shop is new. And they are monetizing it heavily. Like they add, like the last skin they added was this chair. Look at this chair. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah. Here's a brand new chair. 12 silver. 12 silver for one chair. It's not like you get a package of chairs so you can make your whole dining room table set have. If you have a 6-chair setup around a dining table, this is going to cost you 72 silver if you want all your chairs to look like this one. Yeah, 12 silver. Double the cost of your upkeep per month. I know. It's like for one chair that you already actually have the chair. The 12 silver isn't for the chair. The 12 silver is to make the chair that you have look like this chair. That's what 12 silver will get you. And if you have a table with 6 of these chairs, it's going to cost you 72 silver for that. I'm not sure what they were thinking. I am curious to know if anybody bought that chair skin. I would be surprised if there was one person who bought this chair skin. But if on the other hand, this chair skin was 2 silver, I bet you a lot of people would have bought 6 of them to change their dining table setup to this. I bet you. If it was 2 silver, you would have gotten more than a handful of people buying 6 of them for 12 silver total. Not that I totally wouldn't, but I know that there's going to be people who would. Yeah, monetize transmogs and skins, that's the way to go. Yeah. Yeah, you hate to see the game heading in this direction. I know. Me too. On the one hand, I do understand they're trying to make money. They're not in a financially good spot, and money is needed. So I do understand that, you gotta do what you can to make a profit. I feel though that I really do feel that there are people who are playing this game who are more than willing to give money to see this game thrive. Just, give me something that I'm willing to purchase and I'll pay money. It's just these things are not it. I don't think these things are it. Skins and quality of life improvements, I don't think that's... Yeah, to me, it's just not the thing that's gonna get me to open my wallet anyway. It's making me feel like I don't know how to say it. Like I was looking at, I haven't been playing Wurm for a while. Black Friday sale was upcoming, and it was on my mind because I needed to make sure that the upkeep on the labyrinth was good. And the moment that thought came in my mind, Wurm was on my mind again, right? Like I'm thinking, I'll just hop in Wurm, take a look at all the stuff. Oh, look at this and this and this, and I'm getting myself back into Wurm. I go to the shop on Black Friday. I buy enough upkeep, like silver, to pay for the upkeep on the labyrinth, and like I'm now like playing. I'm like looking at my forge. I'm imping the horseshoes that are there. I'm like doing stuff, and then this wagon skin. It's like, wait a minute. What? You're gonna make me pay 15 silver for a wagon skin? Like that was the one thing. Like I know like a lot of people are griping about the whatchamacallits, like these little like the rubble that's littered all over the place. And I do understand devs are trying to fix that. That will get fixed at some point sooner rather than later. There's a lot of griping about the snowballs and the new node system and all that stuff. That's what is like occupying. Like if you look in the forums, let's look at Town Square for a second. Like just look at the top few things. Big poll for the new nodes in tile-based foraging and botanizing. Nodes for noobs. PvE friends. What's that? Okay, so that actually I do want to talk about that in a second, but new node system for skilling efficiency. New node system information. You know, like all of the recent threads are about the new node system. People are griping, like just complaining. Some people are saying that they like it. If you go into the city hall in the where is it? Where do they put this now? Game news, patch notes discussion. They bury this part. And you look at the patch notes discussion. If you read through this, it's a lot of people saying. There's some people saying good things about it, that's for sure, and some people in a nice way are saying critical feedback about it, like please rethink the removal of collect snowball feature. There's some people who are really mad about it. Like just really mad. Yeah, the node system seems like a positive change to you, but again, you haven't tried it out in game. Yeah, me neither. I'm also not planning to try it out in game either, because to me it replaces a system that I never used either, like foraging and botanizing. I was thinking back, like under what cases in my whole Wurm history have I ever felt the need to use foraging and botanizing, and the only thing I could come up with is at the very, very initial parts of the game. When I'm on a brand new character, especially if it's a brand new server that you don't have access to like high level stuff, that was when foraging and botanizing made a difference. But once you have your setup, once you have a farm, once you have like resources coming in, you no longer need foraging and botanizing. And there wasn't really all that much need for it unless you were fishing for coin. I've only done that I only did that when they added the system, and I just was trying it out and I got a couple coin from it, but I never really like farmed it. But I was like trying to think, like, when do I ever use this stuff? Never. Okay, so does the new system add anything that I would need? No. So okay, I'll just leave it like that. And then it kind of made me upset that my entire deed is now littered with rubble, which I do understand they are working on fixing that as a, fixing that problem. Again, I feel like I'm repeating myself over and over and over again. I just feel like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it would be it might be that it's too much to ask, but I would like to ask that when implementing a new system, they spend a little bit of time thinking about it from all sides of the coin. just think about it a little bit before starting to code it. Like during the design phase, during the part where you're thinking about, okay, we want to add a new system. What is this new system going to look like? Like during that part, think, okay, how will the people who love exploration enjoy it? How will the people who don't like exploration enjoy it? How will the people who love decorating their deed enjoy it? How would the crafters enjoy it? Like, keep going through the list of all the different player types in this game and think about how they would take this change. Will it affect them one way or another? it's okay if it doesn't affect a specific group. It just is not okay if it affects a particular group negatively. So for those people, like the clutter on the deeds, you see my deed. I could care less. Like I'm not complaining. Like I'm just saying that, like, okay, the clutter on the deed kind of annoying, but I'm not one to worry too much about the clutter on my deed. But there are people in this game who really, really want their deed to be set up just so. And I can only imagine the reaction to those people had when they came in. Like for me, I came in and was like, ugh, there's stuff on my deed. Oh yeah, that's the new node system. Okay, whatever. Like I had this initial like ugh kind of feeling when I saw all this stuff, rubble and crap on my pathways. I can just imagine how somebody who really, really painstakingly made their deed look just the way they wanted it, and what it would feel like to walk in to their deed and see all this stuff littered all over the place. And no doubt that person spent who knows how long going through every tile of their deed, picking it all up, only to log in the next day to have it all respawned again. You know, like what kind of experience is that? That person could have loved the whole node system and Forge and botanizing, but this sort of experience just really put a sour taste in their mouth. Yeah, there is that argument of like you know, people could have tested it on the test server. They could have come in and give their feedback before it got implemented. But I don't think that that's a valuable response. I really don't think, because you can't expect everyone. Yeah, you can't have a deed on the test server though, you're right. But there are buildings and deeds and things. Like there are things on the test server that you can kind of look and see, okay, how is this going to affect me when it comes in? You know, like you could kind of get a sense for that. But I don't think you can really expect everybody to come onto the test server to test a new feature. Like you just can't. Not everybody's going to want to. Hold on, I'm just looking to see where, if those cache, I don't want to put the cache ones in here, otherwise I'm never going to find them again. Just see if I can find them quick. Nope, not in that one. You know what? Let me just grab. Okay, here's the first set. Let's see where to put. Let me just rename this one to cache unidentified. Just put them in there. I have one more set somewhere down here. Maybe they were still in my inventory, so maybe they end up getting poured in here. There they are. Is that 10? Good. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's keep putting these ones in here. Yeah, I know it's hard. I know it's hard for you to, like, it's hard for the dev team to sort of think of everything. I do understand. It's not an ideal situation to say, like, it's not an ideal it's not like good enough constructive feedback to say you should have just thought about it beforehand. And they're probably thinking, yeah, we should have probably thought about that beforehand. We just didn't. So that's sort of the reality of the situation. We didn't. So that's why we're here. Just wish there was, like, in an ideal world, I just wish that we were able to, you know, probably many people who have limited playtime as it is. Yeah. As a concept, though, I like the idea of the world of Wurm having more set dressings by means of flower and plants. Of course, implementation is something else completely, and it seems like it may have been rushed. Yeah, having more, I see. Having more set dressing, yeah. Yeah, I agree. When I initially saw the post that announced the feature, I thought that's going to be good for the look of Wurm. Like, it'll feel like the world is a little bit more alive. And it would potentially, my other thought was it would get rid of those, you know how they used to have like little rocks that weren't really there, you couldn't interact with them but they'd be there, and like little foliage things that were sticking out of the ground, again, that you couldn't interact with but were there. I was like, if they get rid of those and replace them with these that are interactable, it will make the world feel more interactable. You know, like there's more stuff there, and it would look better because it, you know, you add all these new little things that look nice, put them all around the world. I think that that's a net positive. That's a good thing that they did that. Part of me wishes they had thought of how can they use this to expand the game. You know, how will we get people to want to interact with these new node systems? What is the incentive to seeing that node and going, oh, I want to grab what's in that node because of whatever, it's going to benefit me somehow, some way, right? So they could have used this opportunity to add another layer to the game in some way, and I just don't think they did. They didn't. It's a missed opportunity there. And you know, they could have argued maybe that to do that would have required a lot more effort and a lot more dev time and a lot more etc., etc. And that's fair. Maybe that's the reason why they didn't. Maybe it was just too much. Yeah, that's fair. It just means then that the system that gets added here is something that I'm not that interested in as a longtime player of this game, because I kind of know what it's going to be. I kind of know that I'm going to do all that and I'm going to get a whole bunch of low quality stuff that I already have the high quality stuff of. Like, I already have high quality crops and herbs and plant. Like you want to, you won't believe this. You really won't, I don't think. This is on the new server, by the way, so this is all new stuff. Hold on. I picked all of these. These are all mine. I got all of this stuff all by myself. And this stuff is like not even that high quality. I was doing this to raise my gardening skill. To the point where I could now, like, let me see. Did I ever get my gardening to 90? That was one of my goals. Get my gardening to 90. Then I can get 90. Then I can like start picking all these at 90 and putting them into a brand new bin. Leave this as my like mid quality stuff and switch over to a high quality bin once my skill was above 90. What is it under nature? Okay, so it's 87. So I still got a little ways to go to get to 90. But like, I don't need to go botanize. Yeah, it's an insane amount of herbs, right? So like, what incentive do I have to go botanize when I have all this stuff already? Right? I have zero incentive. You know, my food storage bins are nice and filled with stuff. There's not really much out there that that will help me there. So, you know, they could have thought, okay, what about that person who has everything? How can we get that person to go over to that node and go pick it because there's something in there that that person might want? Like, I wonder, like, was that a consideration? Was that a thought in the whole process of designing this system? I don't know. It just doesn't feel like it. Just doesn't feel like it. Okay, let's see. How can we organize? I got all these sort of like organized here. So let me just like organize them by name. Lumps. So let's grab lumps. This is copper lumps. This is tin lump. This is ore. Silver ore. Shaft is under wood bits. Yep. Shaft. These are like actually tool heads. Tools? Yeah. Carving knife blade. Medium maul would be weapons, probably. Guards. Bricks. Gosh, this is slow. Okay, brick slate. Okay, statue. Ooh, I got a statue of Magredon fragment. These are both under 80. Statue of a miner. Those are statuettes. Brick. Stone brick. Yeah. Before the potting system, I could see it being viable, but sometimes I forget about the potting system too, because to me, that's still relatively new. Yeah. You're just like me, Drakeling. Like, well, this system's only been in the game for 6 years. Man, that's like, I still don't, like, that's new to me. Just looking at the foraging page on the Wurmpedia, it seems that there are a bunch of new things that you're able to forage. Jewelry, for example. I wonder if that includes gems. I think that there is a very small chance for pearls in the seaweed, and it's possible there's a small chance for gems. Possible. I don't think that's, I don't know. Yeah. No, I think that a recent update, I'm trying to remember, was there a recent update that somehow made gems less valuable? There was something that happened. I'm trying to remember what it was, though. It was a recent update, probably within the past couple years. So when I say, yeah, you don't know when those are added. Okay, that was, the pearls were added with the new fishing system. Yeah, the new fishing system added pearls, and pearls were like, there was a new item that pearls created. It was a pearl necklace, right? So like if you look on the Wurmpedia, just open into Wurmpedia, and you go to pearls, there's like pearls can be made into pearl necklace. Okay, so that's like the only thing it makes. And you need to get 1 black pearl and 9 other pearls. The black pearl is like the star version of the pearl, so it's like rare. But 1 black pearl, 9 regular pearls creates this necklace. It's not that bad. Like, it's one of these things that it's so rare to get a black pearl that it's quite valuable. And I kind of like that. Like, this is the type of stuff that Wurm needs more of. More collectible items that are really hard to get. Yeah. So if, let's say, this foraging and botanizing system came along with, let's say, 5 new items, that there are rare items in this foraging and botanizing system that you can collect that will be components for these new items, but they're so rare that you're very rarely ever going to get them. Like, that might be something that would incentivize people to go crazy over this new node system, right? People would be searching high and low for these new items. Okay, this one here, I want to hold on. Let's close all this stuff here. Okay, I want to take this one out, and I want to brush it off just to see what it is. Statue of a guard. This is an 80+ one. Shaft is wood bits, ore fragment, iron, lump, zinc, plank and shaft, statue of a goblin. So this is statues under 80. Let me just see. Yeah. Okay, making progress on the goblin statue. I got 14 out of 40. Okay, pottery. Sleep brick. Weapon. Nails is wood bit. Metal bits. Do I have something called metal bits? Yep. Long sword blade weapon. Lump zinc. Saw is tools. Shovel. Tools. Staff is weapons. And war arrows metal bits. Okay. Let's just check my tool back one more time. I think I got everything. I got a dioptra fragment. That probably came from one of the treasure chests I did. So make a new satchel. Call it dioptra. Gems were listed as a possible list of resources from foraging. I just missed it on my cursory glance. The page for gems, however, hasn't been updated to reflect that. Yeah, I'm going to venture to say that gems are, if they are able to be gotten from this new system, I'm pretty sure they'll be extremely, extremely rare. I'll be honest, like I think we get gems so frequently anyway. I mean, let's peek it on my gem collection, which, by the way, I went through a whole thing where I used up all my gems for channel grinding, and then I started collecting gems again more recently. God, they're in here somewhere. Oh no, they won't be in there. They'll be in here. Yeah, so these are just me collecting my new gems. I did have some star. I didn't get rid of any of my star gems. So those star gems have been just me collecting them over time. This is me. So, and these radiant ones, I think I collected those from the treasure maps. A lot of these did come from treasure maps. A lot of them came from mining. A lot of them came from praying. So a lot of the low quality ones probably came from praying, if I had to guess. Yeah. But that's not very many gems, actually. It's sort of slowly collecting them again. But as I said, I haven't really been playing recently, so I haven't been collecting them recently. I need to get rid of these two. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to... I might just kill them off, actually. Yeah, let's just kill them off. Whoops. What am I doing? I think I did remove their equipment, yeah. So I think I'm going to switch to... I wonder. So there's a couple things we can do. One is I could... Ugh, do I want to butcher these things? Sure. I could switch to like just restoration. Like we can go through a bunch of restoring that stuff. Or I could work on masonry, which is another thing I really want to work on. For masonry, I'll probably start by making some pizza. Make some masonry pizza. And then probably look at trying to get better casts on the stuff, on my tools for masonry. Possibly work on my, you know... I do have this tool, like this chisel, which is 82 WOA and 94 circle of cunning. It's 92 quality, which is not bad. And I have a stone shard that has 97 circle of cunning on it or something like that, but it doesn't have wind of ages. So I'd want to get a wind of ages on that. And maybe imp my chisel a little bit. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Maybe we'll do that. I think that restoration is a little bit boring to watch. If not, archaeology is probably boring to watch too. So, okay, so now I can use this space here. Let's do some pizza making. Let's make a masonry pizza. And maybe I'll make an archaeology and restoration pizza at the same time. It is much more efficient to make multiple pizzas all at once. I think, anyway. Let's double check how my passata is. Okay, I got very little passata. What the heck? Are these any... Are the... Sealed barrel of dye. Why do I have a sealed barrel of dye? Okay. Boy, I do not have much passata. How's my garlic? Not very good. Do I have garlic in here? Not very good either. So let's just combine these two garlics together. But I know. You know what it is that my farming isn't nearly as much as I planted. So the planter I did, the planting of the herbs I've done on Griphyth. The farming I did on Xander. And I got to this point in farming where I didn't want to farm anymore because I went through at least 4 or 5 rounds of farming. So that was over the course of, you know how like farming is. It's like one round is about a week, right? Like you have to spend about a week. And I went through 4 or 5 rounds in a row where I lost so many of my crops. And I got to this point where it's like because I kept missing the day that they were ripe and always coming back a couple days after. And it was just due to my schedule. Like I just couldn't log in on those days. I had to log in like 3 days later. And planters are 1 a day. So each pot gives you 1 thing per day, approximately. Slightly less than a day. But the trick is to have a lot of them, right? So each one of those racks has 30 planters, and I would maybe have 4 racks of each kind. So every day I'm getting 120. And it's reliable. Like every day you go in, you get 120, pretty much equally quality, and you dump them in. And then you just do that over, I did that over months and months and months and months. Possibly even a year. I would say I was doing that solid for a year. It doesn't give more. So as your gardening skill goes up, it just comes out higher quality. And the speed, I think your speed of picking goes up as well. So you can get them faster. So I was using these planters. I don't know if you've ever used planters. Because I don't know if you noticed, but my deed is kind of small over here. So we didn't really have much space to squeeze in a farm. So this farm here is, I think, 72 tiles, which isn't very much. So I thought, oh, I'll just put these planters and I'll double up the number of tiles I have. These planters are evil. I'm telling you right now, these planters are evil. The way they're programmed is that if you don't get them on the exact... So you know how So let me just start from the beginning. So if you plant a crop on the ground, it is extremely variable how quickly it will progress through the ripening stage. It's very random. So on day 4, one of these tiles might be completely ready to be picked, but the next one over here, it takes until day 8 for it to be fully ripe. Okay, so it's like somewhere between 4 and 8 days. And what's evil about that is I always like to wait till everything was ripe. But this one here that was ripe on day 4 would rot before this one over here would be pickable. So that was the problem with the ground. I got so frustrated with that bit. So these planters they work completely differently. These ones are like clockwork. Exactly 24 hours after you plant it, it will move to the next stage of growth. And there's exactly 5 stages of growth. So exactly on the 5th day, all the planters will be ready. But exactly 24 hours later, 50% of the crops decay. So exactly on the 6th day, exactly 6 days after you planted it, it has a 50% chance of decaying. So I use these for mushrooms because mushrooms can plant into them. So it's like growing mushrooms. I could never make it on the 5th day. I don't think I harvested once where it was fully harvested. And at least 3 times I got there and like 12% of my crops were ready. Like almost 90% of my crops died. Yeah, it's funny how I mentioned my frustrations with how the traditional farming worked. When I started playing Wurm Unlimited, I disliked that all the crops would grow at the same rate. Yeah. So these planters are designed to make it grow exactly at the same rate. Yeah, the pottery pots. I show you what those look like. Although I can't pick them because there's nothing planted in them right now. But I can explain exactly how they work. Those ones are also like clockwork. but it's once a day. They become pickable, and when you pick them, each pot gives you one. So each of these, there's 30 per rack. Here, I'll just take one that I have a lot of. Let's take rosemary, for example. Let's just take the 30. Okay, and then I'll pick the seeds. Oh no. Do I just plant them right in? So they added this new feature in Wurm that I love. Okay, so I'll show you how that works. I need a satchel or a pottery pot. Let's grab a pottery bowl. Okay, put them in the pottery bowl. I activate the pottery bowl. And I have a thing for plant. I click my keybind for plant, and I can just queue them all up and then let it go. And it will automatically grab the next one in the bowl and just put it in there. So does the pottery planter quality matter? So you see how long it's taking me to plant them? 4 seconds each. And then the picking process also has a timer. The quality of the planter determines the length, the time it takes to plant and pick. So I actually can just go to the top of this and just click the button and it will queue them all up. That's a huge quality of life. I love that. So that makes me think of a perfect example of an analogy, like an equivalent quality of life that they could have done here. They could have instead created a brand new item, like not this pottery bowl, but another container that cost you money in the shop that would function in this way. Right? Here's an item, like you put the seeds or herbs or crops into this item, and it will allow you to queue them up with one click. 50 silver. But no, they instead just made it so every container works that way. Had I known there was a way to plant in that way, I would have started using pottery planters sooner. Yes. It didn't always work this way. This was a relatively new addition. Probably within the last 2 years. Maybe something like that. 2 years ago, maybe they added this feature. I mean, I've said it before. What is amazing about Wurm, just absolutely amazing, is it is consistent, these updates. So like they're not frequent, but they're consistent. So it's like every half a year the game gets something that is just great. And this is one of them. One of the little things that they added. It works for farming. So you put your seeds in here, you activate the bowl, and you just plant. So, and you just go through the whole, and just all your seeds are in one. So you don't have to activate the next seed. So activate the next seed. So activate, like you don't have to do that anymore. You can just have this on your bar and just have it activated and just, yeah. So all plantable items are like that. So now that I planted the rosemary, how it's going to play out from here is exactly 24 hours from now, they will all be pickable. So what I would do is I would just make a keybind for pick. I would put my mouse over here and I would click pick. Every time that you pick one, it becomes unpickable and it moves to another one of these categories will be like this one will switch to a pickable, and then every time I pick one, it switches back to just rosemary, and it has 2 separate piles. So I can just sit here and just put my keybind for pick. When that finishes, I just pick my keybind for pick again, and I just do that. The picking action is quicker than the planting action. And then if you have higher quality pots, the picking action can be near instant. So it's like the 6 actions will go like that. and like really quick. So picking is really fast. So I was able to pick all of these. I would go through every single one of these racks. Each one has 30. I even added some more over here. And it would take me about 20 minutes to get through all of them. So every day I would come on, and the first thing I would do is pick all my herbs. 20 minutes. I got to this point where I would optimize. So I got sleep bonus on. I had my coffee going, and I would just pick, and I would get maybe 0.1 gardening skill in 20 minutes like that. Yeah, it doesn't fail either. Yeah, it all comes out at high quality. Exactly. It's actually was a nice regular thing. I could come in and I know like this is one activity that I can do. It's going to give me my gardening skill. I'm going to get all these herbs that I need. Yeah. That was that. Yeah. Okay, so let's get this I need to figure out this. I'm going to use up all my high quality garlic, make some passata. Looks like I'm going to need it. And then I'll have to decide, do I start up the farm with Xander? I'm not sure if I'm ready for that kind of commitment just yet. So I might have to find a farmer who can sell me some garlic. I think I'm pretty good on all the other things. It's just that you need a lot of garlic. And let me see how my tomatoes are doing. I have a good amount of tomatoes, 647. Yeah, as I said, farming, I was not much of a farmer. I did a bit of farming, you know. There's my mushrooms that I collected. I think it only matters for how fast it degrades. Doesn't affect plant quality that you're aware of. I don't know. See, I have one rack that has higher quality pots, and I never noticed that. Let me see if I can find it. One of these has like 40 quality pots in it. A lot of them are low quality, and then there's this one rack that has like 40 quality pots. Anyway, whatever. It's in here somewhere. And that one rack never lasted longer than the others. But the effect it did have was it was a lot faster to pick from it. Yeah, I think. Okay, so I'm gonna have to remember a bunch of things here. This is water, so I'm just gonna drink from it. Passata. Passata takes a fork as the tool. Let's see. Do I have a fork as a tool? Perfect. I do have a fork. It has 102 wind of ages on it. Interesting. I bet you that 102 came because I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to get Xander to just cast once on it. I don't care what it is. Just give me some quick act, like a little bit quicker actions on this. And then it's like, boom, 102. Yeah, probably still not worth the trouble of improving their quality when you're making them in bulk like I have. Yeah. Unless you're looking to grind pottery. Right. You can improve them before you make, like you can improve them. You in order to get higher quality ones, you have to improve them. But they improve just like all pottery. Like you have to like take the clay, you make the pot, then you improve, and you put them in the kiln, and once they're fired, you can't improve them after that. Yeah. That's how you would do it. And I think you're right. It's not overly worth it. I mean, there were so many times where I was thinking to myself, I should, like, I'm like months into this. I'm like, if I had just spent the time at the beginning to improve all these pots, the amount of time I would save over time might have been worth it. but then I sat down and improved 30 pots to 40 quality, and that took me 3 hours or something like that for just one rack to go to 40. And after that, I was like, I'm not doing this for all of them. I'm just not doing it. This is like too much. Yeah. You have a similar setup to mine, and the grinding, making of them all was tough. Yeah. I mean, just the making of them all is tough. But then if you want to improve them to 40, even 40 is not even that high. Like, I have 71 pottery. And if you have 71 pottery and you improve to 40, it doesn't help your skill all that much. You know, your skill's not going up that much, and it takes forever to get them to 40. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm making passata. I gotta actually figure out what passata is. I forget the recipe. I know that it has something to do with tomatoes, garlic, and herb. But that's probably right, actually. Potatoes, tomatoes, garlic, and any herb in a pottery bowl with a fork. Okay. So let's get the barrel ready. Let's unseal that. Let's grab all my high quality garlics, and I'll use my low quality garlics to plant more if I decide to do that. Here's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put these all into a pottery bowl. I'm gonna put the tomato into the pottery bowl. This wider so I can see the numbers. And any herb. Let's do basil. Okay. And let me see if I remember how to do this. Into a pottery bowl, I'm going to activate my... Let's just take this and let's put it on the floor. Let's open it. Okay. Now I need my fork. So my fork's in here. Oh, it's already activated. Okay. So there's a quick way to do this. It's a little tricky though. I think I have to hold Control, Shift, drag, enter. Okay, that worked. So the Control, Shift, enter, and then drag. Oh no, Control, Shift, drag, and enter. We'll pull one at a time. And I'm wondering, is there a faster way to get through that? Probably not. Probably have to do this every time. Yeah. I'm wondering, is there a way to speed this up even faster? A lot of little clicking here. By the way, if you didn't know that you could do this, like have 3 different stacks of items and then just drag one of each into a container. The way I'm doing that is using... There's a setting in the game. They keep moving stuff in the settings. At user interface, maybe? Enable shift drag in UI. That's it. Okay, if I had a stack of pottery bowls and filled each with the 3 ingredients, right click the topmost pottery bowl, would it still give me the option to create the posada? Interesting. Okay, let's try that. A stack of pottery bowls. Let's put that in there. Okay. I need to reselect these. Okay. Didn't mean for that to open. Okay, let's just try with those. Let's see what it does. Oh, Drakeling. You're a genius. The downside to this is that I then have to open up each one like this. And then drag it over like that. Okay, okay. This is so the downside to this is when I'm filling these up like this. Whoops. No. No, don't do that. What did I do? I put a tomato and a garlic in that one. Okay. As I'm doing this, for the ones that I've opened up already, they're going to open up like that. I can solve this problem by just doing it from the bottom up. Okay. And really, I think it only will benefit, like, it only makes sense to do as many as I can queue. You're not sure if it saves a tremendous amount of time, but it's a small save. Yes, yeah, no, it actually makes a big difference for the bulk situation. So for these ones, I'm just going to go like this. I'm going to empty. See, it gives you this option to, while you're creating, you can be emptying at the same time. Yeah, no, but that actually makes a big difference in my opinion. Okay, but what I'm going to do to make it just a little bit manageable is only go with 6 bowls. That's as many as I can queue. So from the bottom. Yeah, or quickly dropping the pottery bowls into another container and then putting them back into your inventory. Dropping the pottery bowls and then putting them back in my inventory. I'm not sure what you mean by that exactly. Oh yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I don't think that's worth the extra click drags. If I can just do like 6 like that. Yeah, I find if I do it from bottom up, it's much easier. Right, because if I do top down, then this one jumps down and then I have to find it and it goes below the threshold. But if I go bottom up, it stays there. Oh. Yeah, it's working pretty well. Yeah. I like that was a good suggestion though, the do it for a full stack. You could probably also bring the barrel closer. I don't have to swipe so far. Okay. Now, I have to remember to seal this barrel after. That's probably what happened to my last batch of Posada. I probably made a whole bunch of pizza and then forgot to seal the barrel, and then it decayed. So I just gotta remember to do that. So this is cooking in Wurm. Cooking is a slog. It's like a lot of preparation. Like the effort it takes to get the the material to get to this point where I can just go into my pantry and grab what I need. That alone is like a slog. And then it's a lot of clicking, like a lot of little click dragging through menus and such. And Wurm is like weird. It has all these little things, like these little tricks that allow you to control things a little bit faster. It's like the click drag where I can grab these 3 items and put them into a thing. You wouldn't believe how long I went without knowing that. And going like having to take each item, going one of these, one of those, and one of these, and then right click and doing it, and then repeating one of these, one of those. Once I found out I can just do all 3 at once, boy, that was a game changer. The joys of min-maxing with your crafting and Wurm. Yeah, I know. It is one of those things about this game that is, yeah, it is like a joy. It's like one of those things that you find out and you're like, oh my god, my life is so much easier now. Okay, I'm gonna fill this barrels if I go one more, so I'm thinking I might just save the rest of the garlic. I put the basil in there. Put the basil back where into the herbs. Yeah, if only using a shift drag trick would allow you to just drag it into the topmost pottery bowl and fill them all at once. If only. If only. Okay, so this one needs to stay open. I can now close this one, and the pasada's on the floor. So now what I need are my recipes. So let's go grab so let me just make sure that this isn't going to go to my other one. Yep, it did, of course. Okay. Right. Let's see what I got here already made. Gardening. These are all my new ones. What am I looking for? Archaeology. There's one. And masonry? There's my masonry. And restoration. Which I don't have. Okay. So let's make a restoration recipe. What do I use for this? I forget. Boy. All this will come back. This one. Hold on. This is reminding me. Unfermented moonshine. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Ah. Masonry. I did make masonry. I just made moonshine. Hold on. How did this work again? If I use a measuring cup and I set its volume to like the smallest, and then I take a moonshine and I drink that tiny, tiny amount of moonshine. Oh, that only gave me a minute. Okay. Okay, so if I drink more... Wait. 33 minutes. Drink again. 1 hour. How much am I drinking here? Oh, I'm drinking 0.2. Okay, I gotta get nice and drunk here for this to actually go to a couple hours here. Okay, that's 3 hours. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I already got masonry. So really all I need is archaeology and restoration. And that actually reminds me that I don't really need to make pizza anymore. I can just make moonshine, unfermented at that. If it's unfermented, would you still get drunk from it though? It seems like I am getting drunk from it. So like alcohol. Either the room is spinning or you are. Maybe both. Good luck with those actions. Yeah, so it did give me alcohol. It is decaying though over time. I think if I drink coffee, it also helps decay the alcohol. But it is a good point. Well, I do have all this all set up to go. So, you know, I think I'm just going to make a pizza for restoration and archaeology. I'll just put a pizza recipe right here. I'll mess around with the moonshine a little bit later. So, this one. Let's go back. Let's make a pizza. Okay, so I have to remember how I did this. So it's an oven, normal rarity. In a frying pan, I put, I think it's bear and corn, which was like the old school way of like testing the affinity. The affinity I got was chain armor smithing for Griphyth. Been a while since I've done this. The affinity I want is restoration. And I want you to add cheese and bacon and sausages. You can put 5 sausages in there. Meat that I don't have. I don't have dragon meat. Human meat. I know I'm low on tough meat, but I think I have some. Add a bunch of veggies. I have them all. Add a bunch of herbs. I don't have nettles and sassafras because those ones are only forageable or botanizable. What spices? I don't have nutmeg. Add fish. I don't have wormfish or minnow. Okay, let's go. Server error. Okay. So, oops. No. Reset most all these. Okay, hold on. Oh, it reset everything. Goodness. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Try again. Bear and corn. Chain armor. Resto. Add cheese. Add bacon. Add sausages. Let's do 5. So I think that the error is happening because I'm adding too many. So let's add 7 veggies. Add 5 herbs. And add 5 spices. And add the fish. There we go. Okay. Let me just double check through this that I have everything. Yeah, I have everything. So let's put that into my spreadsheet. Just put it right next to my archery. Oh, undo that. I'm gonna put it like that, and I'm gonna get rid of the oven and put Griff. Whoops. Griff. Resto. Okay. Oh, goodness. I don't need the fact that it has a baking stone. Okay. So let's put this in line. Okay. So, what I like about this one is that the order in which it does, yeah, and the logic, getting drunk off of unfermented moonshine. Exactly. It's kind of weird. I like the order in which they put things. They put all the sausages and meat first, and then they put all the veggies second, and all the herbs third. Okay, so I need. Let's see. Let's do them at the same time. So beef, game, canine, horse, human. Didn't I say I don't have human? What are you doing here? I did not. I forgot to add the human the second time around. Human. I don't have human meat. Let's try again. Copy that. That's where the one extra came from. Let's try that. Humanoid. I didn't catch it when I saw it before. Okay. How many hours? Hey, Supaku. Something like 6 or 7 hours, maybe. Per bite. Okay. So beef, game. You know what I'm gonna do is do this. And I don't know how much you guys want to see. What I'm doing here. Oh, goodness. Give me view. Okay. And then. I could put these recipes up on the screen, but I think we'll be okay if I don't. Just make sure I can see chat. Yeah, exactly. That's so I got my hot food cooking up into that point where I'm like, let me just see how long of an infinity timer I get. Oh, I get 6 hours? Okay. Guess I don't need to grind any more hot food cooking then, because I won't need any more than that. I think my hot food cooking is not even 60. It's like under 60. Let's see. Cooking. Hot food cooking. 59.69. Yeah. I was like, checked my. Whoops. Yeah, I checked my thing and I was like, okay, I don't like that's a lot. That's enough affinity timer for me. Okay. This is a good thing I'm not getting drunk in real life while trying to set out latest options for cooking pizza. I know. Although I did finish my beer. Might go grab another one. But let's get this all going. So I need beef, canine, horse, lamb. Let's go to the actual meat. Beef, canine, horse, lamb. I'm running low on lamb. I need a. Let's get my. Hold on. I do have a hotkey with. Yeah. Let's dice those. I need a game. And another game. So let's dice those. I need horse, humanoid, pork, seafood. Horse, humanoid, pork, seafood. All those need to be diced. And one more humanoid. And that's all the meat I need. It looks like my archery, my archaeology recipe that I had prepared a long while ago does not have a fish in it. Okay, that's fine. I do need a roach though. Where are all my fish though? Roach? In here? Roach? Yes. Okay, so that's all the meat. Then I need cheese. Okay, this is my decent quality cheese. I need buffalo cheese and regular cheese. Okay. So let's get the sausages going. I need bladders, and I'm going to need 9. Okay, and then I'm going to need the fat for 9. And this looks like it's already... I'll need to fuel the oven again. Okay. Fill the bladders with fat. Okay. All these are on top of each other. Okay, so this can go back. And I'm going to close this one. I won't need this anymore, and we'll bring this close. Okay. I also need bread. Oh, I forgot about the breadcrumbs for the sausages. Okay. We need to make bread. Okay, that's another thing I want to... Do I not have any bread in here? My larder's empty because everything decayed. Okay, so I actually need to do some bread making. That's okay. We'll make barley. Let's do 10. And my grindstone is right here. This I think I can do in the crafting window. Yes. Okay. Can I combine 2 fat into 2 kilograms to make the pizza bigger? Oh, into 1 to 2 kilo? I don't know about that. Did I butter all that fat myself? Kind of unrelated, no, but I'm curious if you've ever seen a game called Sons of the Forest. I have seen that game, yeah. You like how I console myself? Oh no, I need to make bread. That's okay. I console myself, I see. Okay, so 2 fat into 1 to make a pizza bigger. I don't know if that will work in terms of making the sausage work. I think the sausage... Yeah, it won't... It works. It works. So putting more fat into the sausage will make it way more. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea if it works. So let's just double them up and let's see. So is it that it has to be combined? Okay. Which means I have to take them all out again. Oops, I think I grabbed the actual sausage skin, not the fat. Okay. So you're saying if I combine 2 into 1, like how I have all these keybinds for all these things. Okay, and you're saying all this, like doing this again, will all work. Okay, what was I doing with the barley? I need to finish that up. Same, yeah, I can see how it would be the same affinity. I just never knew that the sausage would cook fine that way. Okay, and I also need to mince the meat. So first things first, I need to make sure that the game meat, where's the game meat, is not in here when I do this. So I'm gonna use, I'll use number 2 for the archery. And I need the humanoid dice meat in 3 for the restoration. Okay. And then I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more meats that all need to be minced. Okay, and then the barley needs to be mixed with water. I think this one's my water. And I think I could do this. Yes, okay. Why not mincemeat? Sausage won't benefit from the extra processing step of the meat. You're right, but I don't think the sausage... I think the sausage has to be mincemeat. Let's double check that. Sausage. Raw plus mincemeat? Any meat? What? Why does it say raw plus minced any meat? I kind of feel like it has to be minced, but this is unclear when it says raw plus minced any meat. Yeah, either way, minced adds complexity and raises quality. Yeah. I mean, if I didn't have to mince the meat, I probably wouldn't. Put it that way. But I think I have to, but I'm not sure. You do get a little bit of quality raise, you're right. I'm also not overly concerned about quality raising either, because it usually ends up coming out at my skill level anyway. Okay, so let's create all these. Get the minced meat in there. And if I'm not mistaken, the dough can just go on the baking stone. And let's remove these dice meats here. Okay. And while these are going, I will start collecting all the other things. I think this is the hard part. Once I get the bread and the sausages making, the rest is just chopping some vegetables. Bake it, slice it, ground it. Exactly. This cooking system, in my opinion, is one of the highlights of Wurm, honestly. There's just not another game like this in terms of the cooking system. Okay, one of these roaches, I'll have to sort all that stuff in a second. Okay, so let's see. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. These are the animal bits. I don't need those anymore. Okay, so everything else from the high quality thing. You know what? Maybe what I can do is take a couple of these pottery bowls. Well, I already have 3, and organize what needs to go into what. So the top bowl. No, that's a bad idea because then it's gonna start cooking. Not if I add the cheese first. So the cheese is for the restoration, and the buffalo cheese is for the other one. So I'm gonna put archery top, restoration bottom. So which one needs the roach? The resto and the diced humanoid meat. I just want to make sure that's not going to make anything. Yes, it's going to make something. So let's take that out. Forget that. Forget that. Okay, I'll just... Ugh. Put it into my inventory. Okay, so let's just double check. It's the roach, the humanoid diced meat, and it's actually the regular cheese. And that's resto. And then the other one is archaeology. And that one's buffalo cheese and game diced. Okay, good. And these are all done. And let's put the last of the dough into those. And I'm gonna need a couple of these. I'm gonna slice them. And then I'm going to... Let's just put this in here. Grind them into breadcrumbs. Okay. Next, I'm going to put the extra bread. Wait, that's not bread. Okay, all the extra bread in here so that I can start putting the stuff in. Did this not go? Oh, because I moved. I see. Can't move. And I put this barley in here. The dough. Okay. So let's start organizing this. Archery. Archaeology. I keep saying archery. Archaeology needs cabbage, carrot, corn, cucumber. Cabbage, carrot, corn, cucumber, lettuce, pea, which I have to pick it. Am I too far? Oh my god, I'm too far. Okay. For all those, I was too far. Let's try again. Cabbage, carrot, cucumber, oh, I'm doing the other one now. Cabbage, carrot, corn, cucumber. So cabbage, carrot, corn, cucumber, lettuce, pea, potato. Lettuce, pea, which I have to pick, and potato. Okay. All that needs to be chopped. These breadcrumbs can now get put into here. And let's lower that. Too far away to lower it. Okay. Potato needs to be chopped too. And this is going to the archery one, archaeology one. Cabbage, carrot, cucumber, corn, lettuce, peas, potato. Cabbage, carrot, corn, cucumber, lettuce, peas, potato. Then I need tomato. Oh, okay. And a tomato. Okay, now restoration needs cabbage, carrot, cucumber, onion. So cabbage, carrot, cucumber, onion. Pea pod, pumpkin, tomato. Lettuce pea sounds like lettuce peel. Yeah, lettuce pea. Lettuce pea. Okay, so cabbage, carrot, cucumber, onion, pea pod, pumpkin, tomato. Cucumber, onion, pea pod, pumpkin, tomato. Good. So that's 6. That's 6. And this is 7. Okay, cabbage, carrot, cucumber. What am I missing? Cabbage, carrot, cucumber, onion. Okay, so it is 7. I just counted wrong. Oh, and the tomato is queuing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm also going to put these into the baking stone. So this is the archery. I'll put that into 1. And this is resto. I'll put this into 2 along with these. And just make sure that these don't make anything just yet. Yeah. Okay. So I feel like I got all of those in there, all the vegetables. So now just the herbs and then combining all the little bits. So herbs, belladonna, garlic. Oh goodness, good thing I kept a couple garlics. Belladonna. Get the garlic in a second. Lovage. That's not lovage. Lovage. Rosemary, thyme, cumin. Rosemary, thyme, and garlic is the other one. So I'll grab garlic. Too far away. Okay, and all of these need to be chopped. Yes. And then cumin. Gonna wait for the thing to queue. Oh, goodness. Cumin, fennel seed. Ginger, paprika, turmeric. Ginger, paprika, turmeric. And all these need to be ground. Hey, Buddha. How's it going? Where are the worms? That'll mess up my affinity. Nothing against worms on pizza, but oh, and I need the bacon. Let's take a couple of these and salt. A couple of those. I'm probably too far away. Yeah. 2 of these. Pork. 2 of these. I kind of remember it being I need my butcher knife and I need to fillet them. I forgot the pineapple too. Yeah. I don't have pineapple, unfortunately. I know I could get it from the new botanizing. But I don't need it. I don't need it. Okay, so is it salt on the meat? Create bacon? Yeah. Salt on the meat. Create bacon. Okay. So I feel like all of these going into paprika, ginger, fennel seed, cumin, thyme, rosemary. Yeah, okay. Good. Garlic chopped. Yeah, okay. And then the other one, so each of these needs bacon. This one of these got the fish in it, right? Where's that fish? And the cheese. Okay, there's the buffalo cheese. So this one goes into here. There's the fish. Okay. So the top one I think is done. It just needs its sausage and the passata and the dough. The dough. It needs oat dough, and the other one needs barley. And both of those need to be ground. And mixed with the water. Okay. Now onto the other ones. The other one, I got all the vegetables. I just need the herbs. So starting on the herbs, we need basil, garlic. Nice. I need another garlic. Basil. Lovage, oregano, thyme. Thyme. Cumin, fennel seed. Okay. But these 5 are chopped, so let's chop those. Cumin, fennel seed. Cumin, fennel seed. Ginger, paprika. You're ashamed to show how filthy my real life kitchen is. Want to see someone do cooking stream recreative worm pizza in real life? Right. that would be hilarious. The 50-gram chunks of herbs will be interesting. Exactly. Where was I? Ginger, paprika, and turmeric. I think that's it. Paprika and turmeric. We're almost nearly there. Okay, so cumin, fennel seed. The thyme is up here. Cumin, fennel seed, ginger, paprika, turmeric. Ginger. Hold on, it's backwards. Cumin, fennel seed, ginger, paprika, turmeric. Good. And all these need to be ground. And I'm pretty sure I got everything there. I just need to get the sausages in there. So the archery needs beef. The archaeology needs archaeology. Canine. horse, lamb, horse and lamb. Horse and lamb. And then the restoration needs the rest. Game, horse, humanoid, pork, seafood. Good. And all of these are chopped and ground, except for the garlic for some reason. Whoops. The garlic needs to be chopped. I just want to make sure I don't have garlic here. Good. Okay. Then we got the barley. Nope, that's not right. The barley goes into this one. The oat goes into that one. And let's just count how many pieces we have. 26 items. Good. And this one is 27 items. And we are good. We are only needing the posada now. Okay. Crossing my fingers, I didn't make a mistake there. Let's set the measuring jug to 2. And where's that posada? It's here. 2. And let's lower that. Sorry, lower. Too far away. Lower. The items don't make a known recipe because the turmeric isn't ground. Watch it make a pizza right now. Yeah, okay, so it just needs more posada. Lore. Let's just lore this one also. So I need 2,500. Okay. Just gonna double check I didn't make a similar mistake over here. Everything's ground or chopped. Yep. Okay. Yeah, 2.5. So we're gonna need to set this volume to 500 and then a little bit more, right? Let's set it to like 10. Okay, that should lure out to work. Yep. And then the bottom one, should probably set it back to 2. There goes that pizza. I'm gonna taste it just to see. Woohoo! Archaeology. And then this one, lore, 2.9. Okay, so I'll just put an extra 1. That's gonna be a big pizza. Okay, this one is Griphyth archaeology, and we are going to wrap that in my bag. I should have some. I should, but I don't. Hold on. Maybe it's in this one. Yep, wax paper. So activate the wax paper, grab the pizza, wrap it. And place it into what's in here already. Into here. Nice. And this one with taste. Too far away. Taste. Restoration. Nice. Wax. Wrap. And I don't think it'll fit into that one. It'll fit into this one. Okay. Good. Let's see how it did. So we will take a little nibble. I'm just going to make sure I don't have any of those affinities. This one is Griphyth Resto. Let's take a bite and see what we get. Eat. 6 hours on that one. Eat. Also, oh wait, no. Where did it go? Archaeology, also 6 hours. Okay, there you go. Yeah, there, yeah. I did name it in the end. I realized I didn't. Apparently, the largest pizza in the world was 6,193 kilograms. Gotta step up my game. Yeah. I think I'm okay with the 21 kilogram and 18 kilogram. And 6-hour affinity timers is more than enough for me. Okay, so before I forget to do this, I need to seal the Posada. That would be annoying if I did not do that. Okay. Is it this one? Yep. Seal. Okay, and it labels it for me, and then I'm gonna put whoa. I'm gonna put the breadcrumbs away. And the grindstone can go into its spot, which is right here. The pottery, good. Okay, and then these I'm gonna put together with these. The token. Oof. I haven't yet thought of a spot for my tokens. So currently they're sitting in this. Oh, all the Hellhorse meat and stuff. Could probably put that stuff away. We got some pretty high qualities. We gotta go make a dirty martini. Yeah, I gotta go get myself a beer. I will be doing that in just 1 second. Let's get all this stuff away. Now, if there happens to be anybody in the chat that watches me play 7 Days to Die, you might now know why I love that part of the game where I'm like organizing all the material. This is where it comes from. Okay, we'll just put everything else in the other one. And then we got a bunch of little bits and bobs over here. Bladder, tail, fat, hoof. That can go into there. The eyes can go into... Do I even have any eye in here? Not really. So the eyes can go into the low quality one. And then there's the hide. I got a 97 quality hide there. Ooh. It's pretty sweet. The hides can go in here. So let's see. The other one was a 50 quality, so that goes in the 50 quality bin. Do I have a 90 quality bin? Yeah, 95. Yeah, it can go in there. Okay. Good. Now I still have that masonry, right? Body control, masonry, yep. And the mind logic. Perfect. Okay, which forge? This one. Okay. Oh yeah, they identify. Okay, sorry. I'm getting myself off track here. There's another thing I want to do before I do that. So I'm going to put the sprout here. Let's just double check. Do I have any oak sprouts? I do have 15. So here's 6 more. I have to plant some oak trees soon. I want to clear off this rare fragment. Now, people were saying that quality of your tools here for the clearing make a difference for what difference does it make? Waiter, there's no olive in this olive juice in this. I asked for a dirty martini. Waiter says, buddy, you have clearly never been back in the kitchen. Okay, so what was it about the quality of my brush? The quality of the brush and the quality of the chisel make a difference for something. What was the something? Was it that the quality of the brush and the chisel increase the chances for good things to come out of it, or is it just that increases the chances for ruins? That doesn't make sense. Ruins are probably determined on the combine action, right? Okay, well, I'm just gonna do it with the brush that I have, unless I. There's another brush here. There are a few more brushes. I do have a 44 one that has 92 circle cutting on it. Interesting. Not really interested in skill at the moment. I just want to uncover this one thing. So it first needs a chisel. So let me just go to my archaeology bin here. So it's this one, and let's take the high quality one just for funsies. Okay. So chisel first. And what's my shift Q? Still chisel. Brush. I'll have to improve my brush there. Brush again. I think it's brush till the end, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. And it's a copper ore. Woohoo. Woohoo indeed. I think I can put that into here. It had to be an ore. It would have been way better if it was copper lump. Whatever. Not that exciting. Okay, branding iron can go away. One of these trowels can go away. This low quality one with 80 circle cunning. I'll put that into here. And that other metal brush that I picked up there, that can go away. Okay. So the low quality I'm going to keep just for the skill, right? Like skill gain. I do need to spend some time just getting some skill gain there. Where are we in time? Yeah, we got a bit of time. So let's see. Let's bring out Xander. And what I want to do with Xander is get a quick Wind of Ages cast on a rock shard. Oops, Xander. That's white and bright. Boy, if I don't take a break, I'm just not going to take a break. So I'm going to just take a quick break here. Let's move Xander before he gets disconnected. I will be right back. Just give me 1 second. All right. There we go. Joining you, Gaffer, with a alcoholic beverage here. Oh, okay, yeah. So I did remember that you mentioned Sons of the Forest. I forgot though. So the forest, like the original one, I watched Catspert play that game through to the end, And it didn't really resonate with me in terms of like, I never really thought that's a game that I want to play. Kind of interesting, not overly though. And then Sons of the Forest came out and had like a few things that looked a little bit nicer about it. But the problem is that it's sort of like, it's like a single player game. Single player game with kind of like a storyline with a progression that you kind of have to just go, you're basically just going through the thing that you're supposed to be going through. I don't know how to describe it, but it looks okay. I don't see it being a game that would really draw me in fully, I guess. It might be something that I might consider at some point or another, but there's just too many games that I'm interested in playing at the moment. I've been playing The Division 2 recently. It's a completely different game. It's more of a shooter. You know? Did I watch the new trailers in the Game Awards? I did watch some of them. Actually, the ones that I saw, it was just when I was watching Bloody Drongo. I didn't watch the whole Game Awards, nor did I watch all of the trailers. Yeah, I was there. I only was there for maybe a half hour, 40 minutes maybe or so. And so that's about as much as I saw. The fact that they're making an Assassin's Creed in VR is kind of interesting. Well, I mean, just even the fact that they threw in a VR game at all is kind of interesting. So this stone shard is what I'm looking to put WA on. I'll be honest though, like I feel like there are a select few games that I'm piquing my interest for the upcoming year, and like they're very specific kind of games. Like, so the standout one I have hope for is the single world No Man's Sky. Oh yeah, I heard about that. I didn't see the trailer, but I read an article about it afterwards. Okay, and the Sons of the Forest does have multiplayer element to it. It does have base building that you try to defend against cannibals and mutant assaults. It's a specific element that I thought might appeal to me as in the regard it's similar to 7 Days. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. It does have multiplayer. You're right. I might give it a shot one time or another. Yeah, I don't know. So PAX Day, definitely the beta dropped down my hype. Yeah, the beta, and it kind of feels like an alpha, right? Like it feels very, very early. Or are they calling it an alpha? I would hope that they're calling it an alpha still, because it's very, very, yeah. And D2 is years old, right? D2. What is D2, Gaffer? So there is another game that is really on my list of like, oh, the Division 2. It is relatively old. I think like years old, it might be right. It might be 3 years old. Or 4 years old, something like that. But boy, is it like action packed, and the action is good. Like there's no jankiness to it. It's just the action is solid. And it's just like a shooter looter, you know, if you like that kind of thing. I'm just sitting here doing nothing, so hold on. Where's my bar? It's like all the way up here. Everything's all a different spot for some reason. Okay, hold on. I just want to put a quick WA on this thing, so let's activate just make sure my spells Wind of Ages is K. Okay, yeah. So I would say my number one game that I'm highly anticipating for next year is Enshrouded. This game is a voxel based game that is similar in style to Valheim, but voxel. And not only is it voxel, it's not cube voxel, it's like tiny little particle voxel. Like the cubes of the voxel are like these tiny little pieces. Yeah, Enshrouded is on your top of your near future list. Yeah, and it is near future. They announced that their early access is going to be opening on January 24th. Okay, that and Ashes are your top two. Okay. I think it's January 24th. They might have changed it since I read that, but the last I heard, it's January 24th is their early access. They released a demo, and I tried that demo, and that got me really excited because it played really smooth. There was no issues with the demo at all. No glitchy, no crashing. Everything felt really smooth. And it allowed you to play the first 8 hours of the game. And then it sort of timed you out. Hold on. Where's on my ropes? 1,078 quality ropes. Let's just do, I don't know. Let's just see how many 10. Too far away. How much is 10 of these? Get price 161. So let's just do another 20. Let me just see here. 484. Okay, that's fine. You played like an hour of the demo, decided, yep, gonna spend hours in this. Yeah, I did a very similar thing to that. I did not spend the full 8 hours in the game. I'd probably spend a little longer than an hour, but I played around the building, I played around with the fighting, I went around exploring, and I did the exact same thing as you. I'm like, yep, this is the game. But I didn't want to, I also felt the same way. I didn't want to go to the end of the 8 hours because I knew I'm going to have to start again and do the whole 8 hours again. And I wanted to wait for the real thing. So yeah, that's coming really soon. I'm really excited for that game. PAX Day, obviously, but PAX Day feels a little longer off. It's more ambitious of a game. Enshrouded feels more like a Valheim-y kind of game, whereas PAX Day feels more like a Wurm meets, I don't know, something that's like, take the concept of Wurm's Kingdom Warfare in PvP and the fact that it has like peaceful areas like PV, like all the freedom stuff. The developers also, the developers of PAX Day made what's that game? The space one. You were disappointed how pre-built style PAX Day seemed. Like, it seemed more like Valheim than Wurm. So I didn't get a chance to play the playtest for PAX Day. So I only watched a little bit of it. So what I did see, it did seem like, I agree with the more Valheim than Wurm sentiment. I don't see anything wrong with the Valheim style. I mean, no game does it like Wurm, right? There's no game that does it where you have to insert individual components to the wall one component at a time. Oops, I don't have my... Yeah, I don't think any game does that. Is there another game out there like that? That anybody knows of where you have to complete a building or a wall? You have to go one at a time, inserting components. How slow is Mortal? Like Mortal Online? Okay, so yeah, Sons of the Forest. You're right. You're totally right. Sons of the Forest. You're building one log at a time, and actually, Sons of the Forest, the building system there seems a lot more immersive. Yeah, one stone at a time, one piece at a time. It's a way more immersive in the sense that you are actually putting the log on top of the other log that you just put down. Like the log goes in and it's like there, and then you take the other log and you put it there. It's like another log, you cross it that way. Like it's like literally oh my god, I hit a 104, guys. I don't need to cast another one. Wow. Okay, what am I gonna spend all this extra favor on? How much favor do I have? 303. Okay. Do I have any horseshoes over here somewhere? A few. Okay, another 104. That on the horseshoe. Didn't need 104 on the stone shard. It just needed like an 80 or something. How did I get 104? I don't understand. I had casted a 40 cast or something like that, a 49, and then the next cast is 104. I thought you could only overcast like that if... Oh, benediction. Yes, benediction. You're right. I do have benediction. Yeah, and eco. Hey, Bugard. That's the second time this week that somebody's mentioned that game. Eco. I've only seen like the trailer for Eco, and I saw it in this, you know, the Steam, in Steam, but I've never played Eco or really watched enough of it to know what it is. It's a good group game? Okay. Like similar to Valheim or something like that. Version 10 of Eco launches like next week on how we'd enjoy it. Oh, okay. You haven't played it for years but had fun then? Okay, and so it's updating soon. Next week. Alright, this seems like a game that I would look into. Always been meaning to try it again? Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna have to go look into that. See how it's doing. Yeah. Of course, I'm not gonna get another one of those crazy casts. I'll definitely enjoy it. Interesting. Been trying to come up with games that I can convince Feyran to come join me play. He's already said that he's interested in playing Enshrouded. But yeah, that'd be a good one. Okay. Yeah. Nice. That's what I'm going to be looking into. Just gotta bleed this favor off. You know what? I'm gonna grab Griphyth here and just pass him the stone shard. Okay, that little beeping is getting a little annoying. Okay, so 1750 is the weight on that thing. I'm just gonna add one more stone shard to that. Make sure I don't destroy the enchants. Switch to my... Alright. And one more thing. Wurm Assistant has this nice little crafting assistant. It allows me to pick an item, examine it, and it tells me what tool I need. Right there. Okay. And then the problem with Wurm Assistant is that it adds so many windows. Okay, one more cast there. Okay. I need coffee. How much coffee was that? 40. Drink. 80, 100. And I need sleep bonus. And let's go. Yeah, the concept in Eco is amazing. You have 30 days to build from nothing to full tech, to shoot down a meteor, and you have to work with others to get there. Interesting. Okay. And how does the timeline go? Like, is a 1 day about like an hour or something like that? Oh. And does the time go when you're offline? Oh. But what if you can only play once a week? Like, what if you like, okay, well, like plan like every Thursday we'll get together. Does that mean you only get, okay, there's no options to mess? Okay. Yeah, because I'm thinking like if I'm going to play with Feyran, it's not going to be like a daily thing. Like it's, and you want to do your own world and control the timeline. Okay, yeah. So I think that that's probably what would end up happening. It'll be sort of like we would have to schedule it and would have to like, it'll be like between this time and this time we'll be able to like squeeze in a time to play. Like we'll have to carve out a time every week, and it will most likely be once a week. Yeah, time to say. We could also do a public service fun. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, I do recall like a long while ago we kind of had our eye on the game, just briefly. Like we had either Feyran had mentioned it to me or I had mentioned it to him, and we were just like, this would be a fun game, but we never really looked that far into it. So yeah, it's nice to hear like it's still going and people are talking about it, because this is not the first time I've heard it in the recently. So I've been trying to figure out, what does it take to get an item like a forge to your sweet spot on your own? Like, what does it take to get it there? I've never brought a single item on my own into the sweet spot. Is it possible to do that? Version 10 launches will spike users back into. They have boats and some really neat political features. Okay. And are those new in this new version, the boats and the political features? Or are those just like parts of the game that are already there? And how many people per server? Is it like a big amount? Like you can have a lot of people per server, or is there like 10 per server at most, or something like that? Yeah, we did like 5 or 6 when you played. It seemed a good amount, but I could see it scaling to a couple dozen. Wow. Okay. Interesting. I am going to have to go look back into that game. That sounds pretty cool. Hey, Ronan. Welcome on in. Happy Friday to you as well. Hope everything's well with you. Yeah, we're getting towards the ends of the stream. Not quite at the end, but got a little bit more time to go. But sort of winding down with some masonry skilling. I've been wanting to get my masonry up. Recently, I pushed my carpentry. Not recently, but one of the last things I did before I took a big long break was I pushed my carpentry to 98. Got it to 98. That was a big accomplishment. I want to do the same thing with my masonry. I'm gonna get my masonry to 98. So that's where we're ending here. We're gonna do a bunch of masonry grinding. We did a whole bunch of archaeology today. I gathered a whole bunch of mats and got a 1.3 in archaeology. I think I'm sitting at 77 archaeology now. And then we did a whole bunch of pizza making, made 2 affinity pizzas, and then now we're on to this. Oh yeah, had a pretty nice stream this Friday. And I am feeling like I might be getting back into Wurm a little bit. Not gonna lie. I've been poking my head in here over the past couple weeks. You miss Wurm at times? Yeah. Well, it's always here. You know, the Black Friday sale just happened, and that's what sort of like just the anticipation of the Black Friday sale, and that got my mind on the fact that I need to make sure that the labyrinth has upkeep in it, and that my deeds need to make sure. I just didn't make sure everything's like good with the upkeep on everything. So that sort of started the whole like, okay, Wurm is kind of calling me. And it would be nice if I can get masonry to 98. It took about a month and a half for my carpentry from about 70 to get to 98. Or maybe it was 2 months. I can't remember. And it wasn't like I wasn't grinding every day all the time. It was sort of like an hour here, an hour there, sort of thing. So actually, I maybe I don't have a good memory of what exactly how long it took, but in hindsight, it didn't feel like all that long, which I found kind of surprising. So I'm hoping masonry is about the same. The other thing I'm hoping is that I can get this thing up into the sweet spot for my skill. And I'll see if I can try some sweet spot imping. People seem to like have been getting on board with this sweet spot imping. I've tested it out in the past. I couldn't quite get it to the point where I justified using it. However, masonry is one of these skills where the types of items that you can improve are relatively limited. Almost all of them are items like forges where there's like sitting on the floor. You can't hold 5 in your inventory or whatever. What I did was I put 5 into this wagon. That's the most that will fit into the wagon. And I was improving these ones like this. But I think I'm kind of interested in trying to get this thing to like getting one of these to my sweet spot. And see how that goes. And I'm unsure. I'm actually unsure what the optimal way of doing this is. Let's check in on what the sweet spot would be for my skill. Let's see. My skill is like closing in on 80. So let's just call it 80. Multiply that by 0.77 and add to that 23. 84. So 80 doesn't only needs 84. So the quality of this thing is 81. So what does it take to get this to 84 if my skill is like 80? It's actually 84.6. Curious. Has anybody done this? Like, has anybody pushed an item into their sweet spot? And if so, two follow-up questions. One is, can you keep it there? Like, if you continually imp after that, can it stay in your sweet spot, or does it get to this point where it comes out of the sweet spot and then you imp it back into, and it's sort of like on the border for a while? And the other question is, does it require you to have like what do you call it? Like imbues. Like, does imbues help you get it into and keep it into the sweet spot? So if I imbued my chisel, would that make a difference to the whole process? Anybody know the answers to those questions? Like, what does a stone cutting imbue do? Let's look. Let's look it up. Imbue. Stone cutting. You just spam imp one item until I get 90 in the skill, and then I walk away. So that is an option. I could just do that, but I want to get to 98. So spam skill one item. I've never done it this way. I've never skilled any of my skills in that way before. Spam skill one item. I've always queued. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I've always queued actions. I've always had like items like this, and I just go click, 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 and I just let the queue go. But I hear a lot of people saying that it seems to be better to spam one item. And I've always wondered, is it really all that much better? No, not for raring, for skilling. I know for raring it is. I do know that. Okay, it only matters for raring. Skilling it doesn't. Oh. I see. Well, I already have a rare forge, so I'm not in need of a rare forge. If it became rare, that would be fine. Second rare forge. But I'm deciding whether to trust. No. I'm deciding about whether or not it's worth the rare. Because it's a lot more minds on. I have to keep my mind on this every 6 to 7 seconds and notice what the next thing is to do. Whereas if I just queued up like this, if I went like Q, 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 and now I'm like hands off for the next 25, 30 seconds. And now I can go alt tabbing and looking at this thing, you know. Improve stone cutting products using imbue tool will be easier. Improving stone cutting products using an imbued tool will be easier. Not that specific about what it means by that. Easier meaning the difficulty is lower? Lower the difficulty? Or does it increase the amount that it imps each action? Does this only go on... Can you only put this on a chisel? Or can it also go on a stone shard? If you have to spend 1 hour to hit sweet spot, that will give you bonus XP to save less than 1 hour of grinding. Are you not losing time by worrying about it? Just imp my shovel. Okay, hold on. And Gaffer, you're saying, sounds like it reduces difficulty. Yes, it does sound that way. Then that if it is that way, that begs another follow-up question, which is, does reducing the difficulty reduce the number of skill ticks that you get, like the frequency of the skill ticks? And sweet spot's also a myth. I have witnessed it myself, that the sweet spot does give you double the skill tick. If you are the spot is okay, sure, but the spot is if you think about the spot as being, as long as it's above a certain quality, it's everything over your skill. Yeah, no, it's actually not quite everything over your skill. It's this calculation. So whatever your skill is, let's say your skill is 80, you multiply by 0.77 and add 23. So for a person whose skill level is 80, then anything above 84.6 is in the sweet spot. And then if you improve something that's above that quality at 80 skill, you will get a skill tick. Anytime you get a skill tick, it'll be double the size of normal. Yeah, just go as high as you can. So yeah, I have more questions than I've ever had before about all of these things. So the question about the sweet spot is, is it possible for an individual to imp an item like I'm imping until it is in my sweet spot? Like, I need to imp this thing to 84.6 before I get to level 80. Like, my skill gets to 80 in order for me to do that. And it looks like I'm going really slowly. I'm still at 81.87. I've been in 81 for a while now. So to get it to 84.6 feels like a long way away. But I don't know. Like, if I do this for another hour, will it get there? If you want a gamer, you want the skill check rune on your chisel. Okay, so this ointment, the ointment is stone cutting. because this is improving stone cutting products using imbued tool will be easier. That's all that the wiki says. Oh, the ointment doesn't really do anything. Oh, the skill check ruin. The skill check ruin. Okay, hold on. What's the skill check ruin? It's not a detriment, but not as good as the ruin. Okay, okay. Let's see what the skill check ruin does. Stone chisel. Okay. Let me just control F. Skill. Let's just go up, up, up. And up. So this one, skill level bonus. Yeah, skill level bonus, okay. Whoops, whoops. So I guess the question now is, what does that do? Skill level bonus. So does that make it act as if your skill is higher than it actually is? So that's going to allow you to imp. Like if I have a 79, I'm at 80, then it's going to act as if I'm 88. It's going to imp it as if I was 88. Okay, I can see how that might make it easy to get into the proper spot. Okay. Let me think here. This is a metal item. 10% of the remaining. Oh, is that how it works? Is it 10% of the remaining? That would make sense. 10% of the remaining. And the remaining is 20. So shouldn't it be 82 then? If I'm at 80, then the remaining is 20. And 10% of 20 is 2. Right? But it means you're running an 80 sweet spot with 82 skill. Yes, yes, I see. Yeah, yeah. Huh. All it takes is a little bit of glimmer steel. Okay. What skill is that? Jewelry smithing? My jewelry smithing is very bad. Actually, it's not very bad. But it's definitely not good. Let me see. What is my jewelry smithing? 54. Okay, so it's not terrible, but it's not at the level that you want to make runes out of glimmer steel with. Time to sweet spot grind jewelry smithing in order to be able to sweet spot grind. Yeah, exactly. I gotta sweet spot grind. I gotta grind my jewelry smithing so I can make that ruin so that I can grind my masonry. Boy. Yeah. And then like, I guess it would work if I put, can you put a ruin on a stone shard? Would that also work? It's not like I have better stone cutting. My stone cutting is 44. You don't think you can ruin bulk material? Okay, bulk items. That's a shame. Why would that be? You can enchant them. Like, I was also wondering, can you put the ointment, the stone cutting ointment, on the stone shard? Okay, so that's what skill check does, but it's 10% of the remaining. So if, let's say, your skill is 99, it's not really going to do all that much. You might be wrong. Okay. It's not like I can check it. I'm not willing to waste glimmer steel with this kind of skill to try to make a ruin out of it. I do think I have a piece or two of glimmer steel. That's already busy. Please don't mess with his head and have him look for ruins running stone shards. Yeah. Ruining stone shards. No, I mean, like, it's a serious sort of thing. If I had the capability of ruining these with those ruins, I probably would. Right now, I'd probably just go and put them on. I'm pretty sure I do have at least a piece or two of glimmer steel somewhere. Hey, Liran. Welcome on in. It's making me wonder if I do actually. Did my coffee run out? No. Okay. Coffee's going. Masonry's going. Yeah. Okay. We're good. Mind logic? Mind logic? Mind logic going. Okay. On the gift packs, wouldn't it be like more likely if I gambled on the moon metal option? Those gift packs are a scam. Oh yeah, that. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I have glimmer, though. I could go to Rifts and trade there. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I have some, but the problem is my skill is not high enough that I'd be comfortable using the, like, it's just going to be failure after failure after failure at this skill. Wasting the glimmer after glimmer after glimmer, and then potentially making a 2 quality ruin, taking a whole big chunk of my glimmer, and then that 2 quality ruin does not actually attach because the chances of attach are so low. Yeah, you're like, yeah, exactly. You're 82 Julia Smith and still fail a lot. Exactly. I'm not going to be wasting all my glimmer steel on that. Game design. I mean, it's actually, I like the game design. I honestly do it because it makes me, like, what I'm doing now, where I'm weighing the options, it's definitely making me feel like, okay, I'm not there yet. I'm not powerful enough to do that. And that gives me that push to, like, okay, in order to become capable at doing that, what would that involve? Okay, so that would involve, I'm going to need to grind my jewelry smithing up, and so it gives me that purpose. Like, it gives me a reason. Go do arch until I make a stone chisel from fragments with the right ruin. Exactly. Yeah, I need that exact ruin. The one that will probably be the most rare option. Like, is that even possible? Can archaeology produce a stone chisel with the glimmer steel ruins? The scavenger, glimmer steel, 10% uses speed, 10% shatter. Okay, that's not the one. Easy? You think so? Easy. Yeah. You think so, though? Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I've been wanting to get more into archaeology. Because I do see, like, you know, those who pour a good amount of time into the archaeology, they end up with a ton of really interesting ruined items and a lot of rare ruined items as well. I just got to figure it out. You know, what is the optimal path forward from here? I guess it's probably going to be getting easier and easier as the server gets older and older, as more and more deeds decay and get, you know, I do know a lot of people who do archaeology go to independence to do so, and I can see why. Just the sheer history on indie is kind of impressive. Cross your fingers and hope that they eventually merge clusters so you can do archaeology on chaos. Right. And before I lose my stone shard, my newly minted 104 WOA stone shard. It looks like we'll hit 80 here. So I remember when I was doing carpentry, the sort of process went like every day I would come in and try to get one skill point. And one skill point took about an hour, I would say. Until I got to around 90. And around 90, things slowed down a bit. So when that happened, I just lowered my threshold. So every day I would come in and do 0.7 or something like that. And then as that slowed down, because it starts slowing down pretty quickly after that, you know, by the time I got to 96 or something like that, I was like down to 0.2. Like if I can get 0.2 in a day, I'll call that a win. And sometimes I would hit the 0.2 and sometimes I wouldn't, depending on the day. But yeah, I'm thinking like it took about 2 months of doing that to get carpentry to 98. I remember when I finished that, I was thinking to myself, what would it take to do weaponsmithing? Like, is weapons, like, if I commit myself to weaponsmithing, could I get weaponsmithing to 98? It may sound weird, but I noticed I grind skills faster if I'm not doing it to grind the skill, but to imp an item. I don't think that's weird at all. I totally agree with that. Maybe it's because you just want the item imped and don't look at skill ticks, and you're pleasantly surprised when you see how much you've gained. Yeah, I think that totally 100% agree with that. So I'm grinding these skills also not really to grind the skills. I'm also not doing it for this particular item, but what I'm doing it for is for a particular build that we're trying to pull off. And I thought, you know, if I can get my skills there, then I'll be the one who finishes that build. Like we could call on other people to probably finish it for us, and if it gets to that point where we need it done for any reason, then we could call on people, I'm sure. But I thought it would be cool if I was the one. Like if I was able to get my skills up there, then I could finish the build. And then I would have the skills to make other builds if needed. And it would be nice if I could just get there. So I'm doing it for that. So there is another goal at hand. It never hurts to have good masonry, 100%. It would be nice if I also got my stone cutting up as well. You know, Feyran was doing it right, where he was focusing on stone cutting. I think he got his stone cutting to 88 or something before he stopped playing. But I think his masonry suffered. I think his masonry was in the low 70s. And his stone cutting was in the 80s. Yeah. Have I tried building colossi at rifts? Apparently you get a big debuff if you add mats for like 30 minutes. So that can make me in the sweet spot, but it's also not imp skill is adding mats. Yeah. I haven't done any rifts, so I haven't tried any of the new rifts. I haven't really been playing Wurm over the last little bit since the summer, so, and then even so, getting myself to a rift is hard. Like, it's really hard. Now, one friend tried to make one. He had like 70% attach chance, and after 30 minutes he was down to 20. Oh my god. But apparently it counts for journal to make a class I. Oh, hold on. I'll be honest, I have not really spent any time trying to finish the journal at all. So there might have been a couple that I actually set out to do, but I haven't even opened up the last the last thing. I have going the distance, but I haven't unlocked enough of these to open up the last one. So I can't even see. Oh, does it contribute to this? Complete a Colossus? Oh, I see, I see. Yeah. There's a bunch of these I could do. See, remember when you had to finish every single item on the list to finish it? And then there's this one, reach meditation path level 9. And when I saw that one, I was like, I can't finish. I can't finish that one, so I'm not ever going to be able to finish. But then they relaxed the restriction here and made it so that you only need to do one. Oh, sorry, you need to do all but one. But now I'm looking at this one. Improve an armor piece or shield to 80 quality. And again, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to improve. My armor smithing skills are really low. Let's look at them. So my chain armor smithing is 1.00. And my plate armor smithing is 12.64. The only reason why it's 12.64 is because we had that one episode a long while ago where Brian and I competed for like, I think it was like 30 minutes or something like that. And we were testing something out, whether it was better to Q imp or whether it was better to just imp one at a time and let your stamina regen after each imp action. I think the verdict was Q imping was better. We weren't sweet spotting or anything like that. So one person was just improving, letting their stamina, like they were doing what I'm doing here. Improving, letting the stamina regen. Improving again, letting the stamina regen, and over again. The other person was queuing until their stamina was all the way down to the bottom, and then let their stamina regen. And queuing was a significant chunk better than doing one action at a time. I think it was the person who was queuing got almost 2 full skill points higher in the same amount of time. Okay, so hold on. Yeah, going to this. Okay, I got that, and you need to do a bit more mob genocide to get your cape on a crafter. Yeah, you can skip that one too. I can skip that one, the improve an armor piece, but then I would have to reach meditation path 9. And I'm going to tell you right now, that's not happening. Period. There's no way I'm going to get to path level 9. I don't meditate at all, so that's not moving. Riding a unicorn, I'm not sure what the requirement is for that. It's probably body strength, body control. I probably have that requirement met at 37 body control. Let's just drink another sip. Just the impel leather glove. Yeah, cloth. Cloth. Does the cloth count? How's my tailoring? Cloth tailoring is 70. That's closer. Yeah, doing it in a weekend. I probably could. I never thought of cloth as being armor. Thanks, Buddha. And leatherworking can use any leather, and he'll be able to make high quality tool belts. When the new action patch hits, he has time to hit 100 leatherworking by the time we get right. Yeah. No, I don't think I'm gonna be able. I can't bring myself to do leatherworking. I don't think. Okay, Hell Horse is 31. Definitely Unicorn is lower. Question mark. Also can be passenger on Unicorn. That's true. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Let me see. Finishing the winding road will give me the extra sleep bonus hour. Which is kind of worth it. Yeah, Brian did do the leatherworking grind. Although one thing to note is that he never did it on his original SFI tune. Leatherworking was something that he chose when the new servers launched, because in his mind he was thinking everybody's gonna want a tool belt. So I'm gonna do leatherworking because I'll be able to sell all these tool belts. And boy, did he sell a lot of tool belts. I mean, there was a moment where 5-slot tool belts were selling for like 5 silver. Like within the first month of the server launch, you could sell a 5-slot tool belt for 5 silver. And he sold a lot of those. Yeah, exactly. 5-slot is the magic number. Exactly. So he's like, I'm getting my leatherworking to 50 as fast as I possibly can. And I'm going to make as many of these 5-slot tool belts as I possibly can. At the very beginning, like the very first few were way more than 5 silver, but they sort of stabilized around 5 silver for a long period of time. Yeah, you know how it is. Like right at the beginning, people were like, I don't think he was the first to get to the person, you know, there were people selling 5-slot tool belts by the time that he got there. So there were some people who probably made a killing at the very beginning, but he made a whole boatload of them, and they all sold for like 5 silver, all of them. It was like, yeah, it was a lot. So yeah, a lot of that money, like, you know, like a lot of people on the forums and such are quite against the idea of new server clusters. I totally understand the argument. You know, splitting the player base. You know, not the player base is small, so that it's like it doesn't feel so much like an MMO when everybody's so scattered and there's not a connection between the servers. But at the same time, there is something magical about a server launch that everybody who's involved in playing, there's this huge sense of camaraderie amongst everybody on the server. And at the same time, I am sure that it also brings in a ton of money. You know, new servers need new coin. And just what I witnessed at the beginning of this server launch was there was a lot of coin flowing all over the place. There was so much silver. And I am curious to know how much money in total people put down, because there just seemed to be an obscene amount of money. And knowing the only way that that money came in is through the shop, it's just, it was amazing how much money came in. I'd be very curious to know. You just look at it based on trade chat activity. Old cluster, we get like 2 to 3 messages per hour now. I remember like in 2011 or 18 when I started, the trade would not stop. Yeah, and this is on old cluster. But you only started in 2018? I had thought that you had been playing a lot longer than that. Yeah. And you look at the new server, like the new server cluster. Yeah, there are moments where it's not moving. Although at the same time, it is in the middle of the night where I am, and I'm sure Europe is still not awake yet. Yeah, it's moving. Hey, Goadian. How's it going? A Wurm stream truly is Christmas. Yeah, it is a Wurm stream. It's been a while. I've been on a long break from Wurm, but yeah, thinking about getting back into it. Yeah, you're really new compared to most people. Yeah. 2018 is only 5 years ago, so yeah, that's relatively recent. It's why you didn't make a tune on the Steam cluster, because you were just getting good on my original tune when it launched. I totally understand that feeling. When they launched Pristine and Release, it was a similar kind of feeling for me. I did make a new tune on the Pristine Release cluster. I just didn't play it very far. I came right back to my other tune because we just were not done with them. The original tunes, we were still full force working on the I'm trying to remember where we were at that point. Somebody remind me, did Xanadu come out and then Pristine and Release came out, or was it the other way around? Pristine and Release came out and then Xanadu. I'm trying to remember the timeline. Okay, Jackal, right. it was Jackal that I would like. I really regret not trying Jackal. That was another thing. Like, we had started something and then Jackal released and we were just like, So Xanadu was last. Okay. So it was Pristine release and then Xanadu. Okay, so Pristine and release must have been like 2013 or something like that. You remember as a newbie, you helped a tiny bit with cutting bricks for Autumn Twilight, if you recall. Oh, okay. There were a lot of people who helped with cutting bricks for Autumn Twilight. That's very cool to hear that. I didn't know that, actually, that you were one of the early newbies. You know, one thing, like there was somebody who came back and was like, I was also one, like they told me that they were a newbie, that they were cutting bricks at Autumn Twilight, and they kind of were upset that we had forced them to cut bricks. But if you look back at exactly how it happened, the way we were doing the you know, if you wanted to join Autumn Twilight and that project, the first thing we got everybody to do was cut 500 bricks. Okay, so it's like, cut 500 bricks and you're part of the village. So they cut 500 bricks, and then we would give those 500 bricks to them, like to whoever cut them. You get those 500 bricks and you get this little plot of land, and you can use those 500 bricks to build your, you know, whatever you want on the land. So it wasn't, we weren't making people cut bricks for us. We were making people cut bricks because we wanted to teach people, this is how you cut bricks, and this is how you cut enough bricks to make a thing that you need to make. Like, use those 500 bricks, make a fence around your little area, make a little, you know, get your masonry up to 30 so that you can start building stone. Like, we were trying, like, the way we had envisioned that place was that it was sort of more of a training ground. Oh, you were on Briarstone. Okay, I remember Briarstone, that character. Marlin, okay. I remember it was Briarstone was definitely part of that village. Okay. So the Jackal at the start was an absolute blast. You ended up buying Marlin a few years before RMT ban. Okay. And that time people would fail making them, right? Was before the guaranteed mats no fail. I don't remember exactly. Oh, guaranteed. Oh yeah. Like, okay, hold on. So there was two things I'm thinking of. One was, more recently they made it so bricks don't fail 100% of the time. You will cut a brick, you will make a brick. So it was definitely before that. But I don't think it was at that time where if you failed, you lost everything. I think if you failed, it just didn't go and you lost a little chip off of the stone. Yeah, still have the tune parked at Indy, trying to raise the skills. Okay, interesting. I remember trying to make planks to put boards over some swamp tiles, and it was failing so much. Yeah, the marsh tiles, yeah. You know, I don't remember exactly when this happened, but they did change the recipe for floorboards. Yeah, low skill tune, and the logs were like 5 quality, exactly. So like floorboards, when we started, used to take 25 planks and possibly a nail. I can't remember if it was one nail or more than one nail. It was like either a couple nails or a nail and 25 planks to make one floorboard. And I remember at the very first deed that we had, I loved the look of floorboards, and so I insisted we were going to put floorboard paths around the entire deed. And that took forever. And when it was done, people looked at our floorboards and were like, wow, look at those floorboards. The amount of effort that would have gone into making those floorboards, 25 planks each is like, and then you have like 100 floorboards. So we're talking like 2,500 planks and putting them all into the floorboards. It's like, was quite an impressive feat for new players. You know, like this was our very first deed. And then at some point they switched the recipe, and now floorboards are like, let's look. What are floorboards? Floorboards. 1 large nail, 1 plank, and 4 more planks. 5 planks in total. That's it. Floorboards are 5 planks. So they all of a sudden became 5%, 10% easier. Sorry. However many times easier. A lot easier. 5 times easier. Yeah. So like before, if you wanted to cover up a marsh with floorboards, which is the only way to get rid of marsh, it took a lot of floorboards. But all of a sudden it became easier, and now you don't see marsh anymore. Everybody got rid of all the marsh. It's a lot easier to do that. There was another tile that was similar. It was the slate floor. The slate floor in the house used to take, I'm trying to remember, I think it was, it needed 2 slate slabs, and each slate slab needed 20 slate bricks or something like that. So it was like each slate tile you needed 40 something slate bricks or shards. I can't remember exactly, but it was a lot. It was like, I think it was bricks. You needed 40 something slate bricks, and like mortar was in there as well, and you had to combine them all into there. Concrete. It was like something like concrete or mortar. It was like really bad. And I loved that. So I made a whole smith, like a blacksmith area, and it had maybe, I want to say it was something like 20 tiles, this big building. And I was insistent. Every single one of those 20 tiles is going to be slate. And I put in the time. Like, that was a lot of slate. And I think it was maybe like a year later, and they changed the recipe, and now it's like 5 slate bricks or something, or 10 slate bricks for each floor. They even changed the actual texture of the floor to look different. Yeah, I miss those slate floors. I kind of wish that there was a little bit of that left in this game. I guess there is a little bit of that left. Like you make one of those spirit temples or whatever they are, like the Valkyrie, what are they called? The mission structures. Yeah, those are pretty impressive when you see one of them. Yeah, I feel like that Wurm could use a little bit more of that. Those special looking things that take that extra effort to complete. And then when people look at it, they go, wow, that must have taken a lot of effort to make. They need to bring the no music back somehow and bring gifts back. Yeah. Yeah, the ones that need rare flowers. Yeah. Like, as I said, Wurm still has a lot of that in there. The white dotted flowers are nice to see. Okay, gift wrapping. We're talking now a different category of thing. I'm talking about that thing where like you see the thing that somebody has built, and because you know, as a Wurmian, you know what it took. Because of that, you are impressed by the lengths that the person went through to get it to be like that. You know, like I made a massive house and every single floor in that house is a slate floor. And somebody looks at that and goes, wow, like that person made their entire house out of slate floor. How is that even possible? You know, like who would do that sort of thing? Yeah, I like those sorts of things. All right, Guadian. It was nice seeing you again. Good luck on your exams. And yeah, I'll see you next time. You like seeing somebody with a six-pack in real life, you know they eat salad and go to the gym, right? Exactly. Yep. Exactly. It's like the Wurm equivalent of that. All right. Let's see where we're at. 80.27. Okay, that's pretty good gains. So today, let's see, how much did we get there? Almost a full skill point. Okay, I gotta go until I get a full skill point. We got 0.97 so far. My coffee has long since run out because I didn't notice. Did I not notice? I thought I heard the beep and I took a drink. Nope, looks like it's gone. And I forgot Xander is still sitting here. I'm just gonna log him out. He has 8 hours plus of sleep bonus, so there's no point in putting him into a bed. Yeah, we'll get to a full skill point of masonry. And hopefully I get there before I have to add another stone shard to this. I don't want to have to make the weight too big. I need to bed him in case he needs to burn the coffee fatigue or that ticks down if not in bed anyway. I don't think coffee affects fatigue anymore. Hold on. Does coffee affect fatigue anymore? Yeah, I don't think it does. For using Vessi, you get like 5-hour coffee fatigue, not fatigue. What do you mean by you get 5-hour coffee fatigue? Okay, how do you check that? Can you check that number? I didn't know that. Actually. Open my spell effects. Oh, God. How do I do that? Spell effects. I don't remember how to open spell effects. Let's just get this going. Double left click on buffs. Okay. So it's this restlessness. What is it trying to say to me? Restlessness. 1 to 2 hours is a harmful effect caused by player. What? Ah. Okay, once this hits 5. Oh, I did not know that was added. Okay. That's actually quite interesting. So if you use coffee and sleep bonus together for 5 hours, this will prevent you from gaining the benefit of coffee after that. You also get an icon when it hits 4 hours to show in buffs. Okay, and what's the decay rate? Like, how does the decay work? So you need to sleep it off. So you have to be logged out for it to go down. It only decays of asleep. Ooh. And what's the rate at which it decays? Let me see if I can find this. Okay, it decays just like... Wait, hold on. So it's not like normal fatigue. It can be online and just do non-action timer stuff. Right. It's like the reverse of sleep bonus. Oh, that's slow. Okay, that's really slow. So it takes a long time to come back. I actually did not know this. Maybe it's under the caffeine. Restlessness. Restlessness is a negative effect generated by using sleep bonus while the caffeine buff is active until the point where caffeine will no longer give you its benefits. So it's 5 hours. The restlessness spell effect will decay when the player is logged out at a 1 to 24 ratio. Whew. Wow. That's really slow. All right. Okay, I can see that now then. That this obviously is there to prevent people from just continually eating sleep powders and continually using coffee over like forever. Yeah, it's because nerds turbo grind with it, so they had to do this. Yeah, I can see that now. I can see why. It's intended to help casuals, yes. Right, and the fact that I've never encountered this kind of puts me in the casual category. If you have 2 hours of play every few days, you can just perma pop it. Yeah. Or even if you don't, like as long as it's like 2 hours of grinding a skill every, few days. You can be doing other things without coffee and getting stuff done. I see. So that was the compromise made when they got rid of the fatigue, it affecting your actual fatigue. Interesting. All right. I think we made it. Let's double check. I would be surprised if we didn't. Yeah, 1.03 skill today. I want to say that was like about an hour, or maybe a little less than an hour. Let's turn off sleep bonus now. And let's see, where did we get to? 83.93. I'm getting actually pretty close to the sweet spot. Let's recalculate. Let's say I was at, let's say I got to 81. Okay. What's the sweet spot at 81? Times 0.77 plus 23 is 85.37. And I got it to 83, almost 84. Yeah, I feel like confident that if I continued this, it would get to that 85.37 or more before my skill got to 81. I'm pretty far off from 81. Yeah, and I was distracted for most of the hour. Yeah. There was definitely some moments where I had paused a little bit. Yeah. So I think it's possible to get there. At least it feels that way from this position. I'm gonna look into those ruins, see if I can, what it would take to get those ruins on there. I do know somebody who I've seen on recently, and they specialize in that sort of thing. The only thing I would be curious about is if I have enough glimmer steel that it makes it so that I don't have to worry that I will for sure get it. Let's see. It's in one of these satchels that are in one of these bags that is in this chest. I'll know it when I see it. There it is. So I do have a bit of glimmer steel. It's not that much, actually. It's only 1.9, and each ruin is 0.2. But that feels like enough glimmer steel that I'm almost certain to get the ruin on there. The more your skill increases, the higher the sweet pot goes. So it's like the donkey chasing the carrot that is held in front of him by somebody riding him. Yeah. But I think that the trick is that this ruin will make it so that I can keep it into the sweet spot longer. I think that makes sense. And how's my riftwood? I have a few pieces of riftwood there. One more there. Not many, but more than 15 pieces of riftwood. But not many more than that. That should be enough to make... Wait, why am I checking rift wood? Shouldn't I be checking rift... What's the other thing? Crystals. Okay, 7 there. 10 there. Okay, I even have more crystals. 27 crystals are there, so... Okay. I got enough rift crystals for my chisel. And I am curious to know if it goes on a stone shard. Probably my friend will also know the answer to that. So yeah, I think here's where we're going to end. So give me a second. I'm going to just scooch over to this and we'll put on our ending song. Only crystal on metals is the particular one. Wait, wood and stone runes work on both stone and wood, I think. Oh. Are you sure about that? Interesting. So like a wood ruin will fit on a stone shard, stone forge, let's say. That's weird. It doesn't seem like it should be that way. But if it is, that's weird. It's what we'll chalk up to logic, I guess. Yeah, wood ruin on your stone mailbox. Yeah, that's weird. All right. Well, anyway, it has been a lot of fun. It's good to be back in Wurm, and we might do it again next week. Do a little bit more Wurm. We'll see where I am there. So we ended at like 80.3 masonry, which is good. It was a nice surprise to see me on. It was good. I'm very glad that a bunch of people came in and said the same thing. So yeah, that's. I'm glad that all the people came. And Sipiku, thanks for coming and hanging out and chatting with me, and to everybody else who also came and chatted. It was nice seeing all the old faces and all the everybody who I was able to introduce Wurm to. I don't know if Cedars, you're still there, but if you are, I wonder what you think about Wurm now. After I've been talking about it a lot, and now you get to sort of see what it looks like, and you might understand now more of what I was trying to say before about how slow-paced Wurm is and how it's kind of like a niche kind of game that only certain people fall in love with. But for those who this game is the game, like for those for whom this game is the game, it is by far the game for those people. So yeah. So I'll be back next week. If anything changes about that, I'll make a note in the Discord. So if you want these updates, go check out the Discord, join the Discord, and I'll be putting updates there. He's probably like, I wanted to play Wurm because of my girlfriend complains I can't find her sweet spot. Apparently, I need to find one in this game too. All right. Well, I'm out of here. You guys have a great rest of your week, and I'll be back next week. Have a good one, everybody. Good night.